My name is Jordan Henshaw.
And my name is Keli Rabon.
I'm the mechanic.
And I'm the journalist. Together we're Try and Prove It.
Someone has been charged with aggravated murder and is facing the death penalty, so we better figure it out, right?
How do we tell the difference between an assertion that is true and an assertion that is false?
You've got to start with all of the evidence, and you don't have all the evidence just yet.
Okay, well, I have no idea. Whoever, but it's a dot.
Where's the dot?
Right there.
Science is not absolute. It doesn't say this is what happened for sure. It says this is the best explanation we have.
3, start sequence. 1. If one picture is worth 1,000 words, one field demonstration is worth 100 internet conspiracy theories. I'm gonna ask something at the risk of, being wrong, okay? But we're all just friends here. We're all just talking.
All right, we are ready to go for today. So Keli is not quite at the courthouse yet, I don't believe. We have another not full day of court for you today because the actual witnesses are going to wrap by lunchtime. So it's just one morning of the usual stuff, like the actual evidentiary part. And then we're going to go into lunch. And then it's just going to be some really weird legal stuff that is not as important. To start off today, and in case you're joining us for the first time, Keli is there live in person at the courthouse area. I don't believe that she's at the courthouse just yet, though. I think she's working her way over there. But she'll be reporting live on the ground in person from the courthouse outside here very shortly, I think. But in the meantime, as we wait on her, I have something to share. When I ate my breakfast this morning, I was listening to this video of Megyn Kelly, and I just wanted to share that. We're going to play through this a little bit, and I'm going to share my thoughts as we get ready for the hearing that should begin in about an hour. Okay.
I mean, that's another confession, Mark, that we now have the confession in the note. We have the confession in the texts. We have the confession in the Discord. We appear to have very close to a confession to his parents. I mean,
so what's the issue here? Let's list them out again.
I mean, that's another confession, Mark, that we now have the confession in the note. We have the confession in the texts. We have the confession in the Discord. We appear to have very close to a confession to his parents. I mean,
so those first 3 confessions, what do they all have in common? As I try to boot up my voice, they all come from Lance Twiggs. Who else's DNA is on every single piece of evidence recovered from the crime scene area? Lance Twiggs' DNA, who was significantly more psychologically volatile. Lance Twiggs. So, okay, why would Lance Twiggs lie about this? Number one, in case if he actually did something himself, he would want to blame someone else for it. Number 2, money. There was a $1 million or $1.2 million bounty out on the head of whoever killed Charlie Kirk. So if Lance, had something to do with it or had any kind of insider knowledge into it whatsoever, he could, pin it on Tyler and become a millionaire overnight. Well, not overnight, but almost overnight. So this is a huge problem. It's just electronic messages. We have no video footage of Tyler Robinson saying, I did it. That doesn't exist. All we have is electronic messages that could have been planted by anybody. And now we have our reporter on the ground. But Keli, what I was talking about, wait, no, I need to play your intro. Hold on.
Well, good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, I was playing a Megyn Kelly clip where she was being kind of an idiot, in my opinion, talking about how many confessions there were and how it's a closed, an open and shut case. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing good. Funny you say that because I literally was just, hey there, good morning. I was just walking up with a reporter from Fox News, and I was telling her that I used to work at the DC bureau. So, you know, I was actually watching a video this morning as I was getting ready of Megyn Kelly saying, you know, they couldn't enhance the Tyler Robinson video, so we did, or something like that. It's just ridiculous. She at one point she, you know, early on in the case, and this would be interesting to pull some of these clips, but she would jump all over people for asking questions about, you know, about the Charlie case, and she's kind of changed her tune. But there was one time she literally like yelled at a kid. I say a kid, I mean a younger guy, at one of her book tour stops. It was like bizarre. How dare
So what's going on at the courthouse this morning?
So I just saw the attorney who represents Erica Kirk walk in, and I believe that Tyler has already entered this morning through his armored SWAT vehicle. If you guys caught our coverage the other day, I mean, it's pretty intense when that thing rolls into town. So, you know, I guess it's business as usual.
Let me pull that up real fast. Any interesting characters you see there that you haven't seen before?
So the Fox News reporter mentioned to me that folks started lining up last night at 6 p.m. to be in today.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
So you definitely didn't get in.
There was no chance. Let's see. At 6 p.m., I was headed to campus to go have a meeting.
Here's that footage from the other day of Tyler Robinson's ride.
Yep. And so, yeah, it actually looks today like there's a bit more media than there has been. A lot of different faces than what I've seen previously.
Do you think they're expecting a ruling today?
No, I don't think so. It sounded like the attorneys would also be, I didn't fully catch the tail end of yesterday's hearing, but it sounded like that the attorneys would be submitting those briefs as well, and that they would be, I don't know if that was for something else or if that would recap this. But
I think that was for the other stuff.
Okay, I was going to say, that's when they were talking about the 35 pages.
No, we need 40 pages.
Right.
Of written argument.
Yes.
I've been listening.
Did I see something on the side just a minute ago regarding Tyler's parents? I don't know if they had already slid in. Typically, they kind of sneak in right back there because all the media is focused on these grand entrances up here, and then they're able to just kind of walk in subtly from the back.
Quiet Deluxe says, I'm kind of glad Kelly hasn't been in the courtroom. I feel like we've seen more that way. Also, we've had the benefit of her input throughout the day. I happen to agree.
Yeah. Yep. That was a tough decision to make. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's good to have that experience, but at the same time, I feel a little bit more valuable for everyone being able to share and offer a little bit of commentary throughout the day. So thank you.
So, I mean, a lot of people are saying, though, that they could have wrapped this preliminary hearing yesterday or Wednesday or Tuesday because it's already so
I think I lost
dry.
Your audio just now.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Am I coming through okay, chat?
Did I lose you? Hold on. It may be on my end. Let me see if you can still hear me.
I think it's on your end. Okay. So what I was saying was there are some people I've heard saying that the case is so obviously just chock full of probable cause.
Jordan, I see your mouth moving, but I don't hear you.
I think we're good. I think it's on your end. Maybe try to read.
Oh man.
Hold
on. I can't hear you. So I will rejoin. Okay. Yep.
I just sent
Be right
her
back.
a message. All right. So what I was saying was, a lot of people think that the judge could have just said, "Hey, we're not going to continue with this prelim hearing. I've already seen enough for probable cause. It's already obvious. We don't need any more testimony. It's over. You don't even need to rest your case. And we're done with it. I find probable cause to move forward with your case." People are saying that he could have done that. I don't think that he would, based on how he's behaved so far. But some people are complaining about that. I think I'm coming through better now.
Yes, you sure are.
Okay.
I feel like next time it would benefit me. I mean, I'm sure that next time there will be a lot more, even more people here somehow, some way. But it's like, it would be nice if I could I'm on holding a tripod, like a selfie stick right now. And anyway, just thinking, I'm like, if I could have it just sitting in front of me, then maybe I could make the experience better for everybody. But we're learning. We're learning.
Have you used your tripod once?
Well, I have, but then it makes it a little more hard to be super mobile. I mean, I've been getting used to this gimbal kind of now. So.
Brandy and Teresa have been, or Quiet Deluxe says, Brandy and Teresa have been warriors getting in the courtroom and generous with their time and sharing what they've witnessed. I would happen to agree with that. They've been out there most mornings, very early, camping out. I think they did it again tonight.
Oh, good.
People are telling me to put my headphones on. Okay, fine. Thank you for the tip. Maybe that'll help with any echo that we have. So, unless you have anything else to show, just let me know if you do have something to show us. You can go ahead and go back to Morgan Kelly here and start commentating on that a little bit. I have to reshare my screen. Well, I don't think Kelly has headphones.
I don't, and even if I did, I wouldn't be able to plug them in with using my mic. Always something. Oh, yes, Where are my AirPods? I don't have any. Thank you so much, Stacy. That's such a nice thing to say. I don't hear it at all, Jordan. I don't know if the audience
you don't hear it?
No.
I think they can hear it.
Okay.
Well, maybe not. Maybe not. I don't have an audio button, so let me try that again. Chat, could you hear it?
Reginator, thank you so much for that donation. Yeah, yesterday. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was very generous of you. Thank
you. Let's try that again.
Okay.
From the top, shall we?
Sure thing.
I mean, that's another confession, Mark, that we now have the confession in the note. We have the confession in the texts. We have the confession in the Discord. We appear to have very close to a confession to his parents. I mean, it's as close as you can get. They don't use that word confession. And they
Hi. Okay, we've got Charlie's parents here. Yes. Mom in the back seat, dad in the front. Okay. So I actually heard just now the local, oops, here we go. I actually just now heard one of the local reporters asking that younger blonde who's walked in next to the parents all week, if may I ask if you're related to Charlie, because apparently nobody really knows. And I see JV saying, has anyone confirmed if that is truly his parents? I mean, I don't know exactly what, was Charlie adopted? You guys, I mean, I've never seen Charlie's birth certificate, and I just find it very interesting that we don't know much about Charlie as a child, about his upbringing.
Well, to be fair, I haven't seen your birth certificate. You haven't seen my birth certificate. I haven't seen Megan Kelly's birth certificate. I haven't seen anybody's birth certificate.
Let me finish, Jordan. I'm not saying it's sketchy that we haven't seen his birth certificate. What I'm saying is that, here you go. What I'm saying is that I find it interesting just that, like, as a society, we have latched on to investigating and, frankly, criticizing, Erica's upbringing and her whole history. And, like, people haven't done deep dives on Charlie. That's all. I just think that, Charlie is, as a public figure, was technically, should technically be more subjected to having his life documented, or examined. Erica was not a public figure to the extent that Charlie was.
Tracy Scott asks, hoping you've been able to check out the roofs that went viral yesterday with other persons on the roof being seen. Were you aware of that?
So yes, and I think Just Common Sensing It was the first to share that with me a couple of days ago, and then she had made a point to say on X, Project Constitution is quite interesting that I share this with Kelly, publicly in a space, and then suddenly you run with it. But anyway, I just want to give Just Common Sensing It a shout out for that. But I have gone to the, back to the campus last night briefly. I'm going to spend some more time there today and really try to get a good look. But I did see that last night. Hold on one sec. I did see that last night Barron had supposed that could be a car way off in the distance. Way off in the distance.
By no cars. Hi. I feel bad because I shoot bright colors to murder trials, but I'm trying to dress for when we have our live newscast outside, and I need to hear my mom.
Oh my God. Sorry, I'm laughing because, hold on, I'm going to show you guys something.
Who are you with? MSNBC. Yes, I can't say that. Yes. What's your name? Nice to meet you. Where are you based out of? Oh, you are? Okay.
Okay, so this is just some funny inside behind the scenes stuff, you guys, because this is a local reporter.
Oh, yeah.
And she was just saying, I kind of feel bad that I'm wearing this, really bright color to a murder trial, but, I need it for TV. Oh, goodness. Anyway, just heard
maybe
outside the courthouse.
Put a black jacket on or something over it when you walk in. Okay. JB says, no disrespect, but y'all are not high-profile people under a microscope. My point, though, was just because you know someone really well doesn't necessarily mean you're going to see their birth certificate. And likewise, just because someone is super high-profile doesn't mean you're going to see someone's birth certificate. I've never seen anybody's birth certificate except for my own.
Oh, well, you're slacking then. You're slacking, Jordan. You can. Oh, that's so funny. GCL, hey, it's good to see you back. Thank you for coming back today. Sex sells, baby. Oh, you gotta adjust your shirt. Y'all get the
Yeah, there
reference.
was. Yeah, I DM'd them last night. Apparently, I said something wrong, but I think we're cool now.
Good.
Right. Okay. I'll let you
Sam Parker broke on X, or Quite Deluxe says Sam Parker broke on X that the car in the garage had dual exhaust, and the one they said was Tyler's has quad. I didn't know quad exhaust was a thing.
I did not catch the exhaust part. I think a lot of attention was paid to the front bumper, the lack of license plate on the front, and then the different, I don't know, shapes or cutouts of the bumper. But that's good to see anomalies, I guess, differences in the front and the back. Makes it harder to explain away. Because I think that, you know, some people were already supposing that, oh, well, these cameras aren't that great of quality, so that could be why. But that helps to, the more little oddities you can find, the better.
Yeah, so there's a request to remember.
Did y'all see or hear that lady a minute ago? She was just standing on the other side of the camera.
Oh, the same lady?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm making friends and influencing people.
Inside joke for people who have been watching our coverage since the beginning.
Yep. And next to me, we've got someone from MSNBC Now. She's really sweet. I talked to her the first day. Well, I've talked to her every day since, but I've talked to her at length on the first day. It's been fun.
Yeah.
I mean, all things, it's been exhausting. I'm sure Jordan has expressed that to you guys. Whoa. Jordan, how many hours did we stream yesterday when you add in last night's Try and Prove It episode? My gosh.
Like 10 or 11 hours, I think, total.
Yeah.
So it was like a 2.5-hour stream with an 8-hour stream. So, well, I guess that would actually be like 10.5 hours, 11.
Mm-hmm. A lot.
We'll have to do a final count after this one.
Right? I agree. Let's see. I'm trying to notice if there's anyone of interest pulling up, but these Tahoes and SUVs look like they're pulling into the garage portion.
How are your plants doing back at home, Kelly?
I hope they're doing okay. I tried to give them a good water, but it's been hot in Houston.
What about the ones at the courthouse?
Well, they've seen better days. I think they should consider some of that zero-scaping stuff here.
I'm going to go back to Megan Kelly here real fast.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, oh, wait, hold on. Let's see. I see a white SUV with some dark windows coming. Let's see if I'll let you know right away if they're pulling up for a grand entrance. Okay, I thought for a second there we were going to have a grand entrance, but they faked us out. But we are live here at the courthouse, and we'll be here until it starts.
They discuss what he said to his parents, but here's how they describe it in the criminal information. They agreed that the person in the surveillance looked like their son. They believe the rifle looked like the son that the rifle they'd given him. The father contacted the son, asked him to send a photo of the rifle. Robinson did not respond. Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied that he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home. Robinson implied that he was the shooter when they met, and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained to his parents, there is too much evil, and the guy, Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate. They talked about Robinson turning himself in and convinced Robinson to speak with a family friend and a retired deputy sheriff. At Robinson's father's request, the family friend met with Robinson and his parents and convinced Robinson to turn himself in.
So the issue with that is that what actually happened, or was there some nuance there? Was it Tyler Robinson is like fears for his life because the person in the image looks like him, and maybe he was involved in some way, but he didn't actually shoot anybody. But he's afraid that he's going to get blamed for everything, and so he turns himself in, not because he thinks he did it, but because he doesn't want to get shot. Like, how much nuance could we have lost there?
Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know who this is coming in right now, but I'm going to flip the camera around. Let's see. I'm not sure exactly who this is, but I don't think I've seen him previously this week.
Did we ever figure out who the mystery lady was?
No. So I don't know who that is, but we'll keep an eye on it.
Well, I'm glad he has people helping him walk him in.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I saw some comments asking if I had spoken to Charles McClintock Wilson. I only briefly spoke with him yesterday as we were like running, yesterday or the day before, as we were like running from one side to the other. I introduced myself and it didn't seem that he knew who I was. So maybe that's a good thing.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah. No, I said maybe that's a good thing. But was there anyone who, hold on, let me turn around.
Aha, there you are.
There I am. If anyone wanted to share what exactly they were wanting me to ask, if I have an opportunity, I will.
There you are. Okay, let's look for some other questions. Oh, Danks just called out Kelly.
Oh, nice. Well, hey there, Danks. Oh, I see that he just texted me. But I don't know how to come on the live. We're in the middle of our live right now. So whoops.
Yeah, we're too busy. Yeah, and he has the AP feed pulled up, so he's fine.
Oh, okay. I see.
Oh, what probably happened is he probably saw you in the AP feed.
I see. I don't know which one is the AP camera. Oh, actually, I see it now.
Yo, we are watching.
It's directly across from me.
Yo, we are watching. Okay.
Yeah, if anyone is in his chat, make sure to
here,
let him know that we're live on our side. It just is kind of a logistical thing. We appreciate it though. We're all one big happy family, one big dysfunctional family.
Oh, look, it's Keli Rabon.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Hey, what's up, girl?
What up? We'll talk through the screens and then through another screen.
Girl.
How about that?
I was just texting her.
I love how many people are actually streaming both of us at the same time. That's pretty cool. We appreciate all this.
Anyway, he has the AP feed.
Okay. I will kind of spin around though at the risk of trying to not make y'all dizzy. So the AP camera that they were just looking at is right back there.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, next to the highlighter dress. And everybody, I mean, all of the media that I've met is pretty cool. And then I will also, let me flip the camera around. And so if you look all the way up there on top of the parking garage structure, there's a heavy media presence up there. And all these tents are different media slots. And then there's a couple more over here. So that's where a lot of the reporters do their live streams. Fox News, I think they brought 12 people to cover this. So yeah, it's quite the spectacle. Quite the spectacle. Yep.
Quite the Luck says, "I'm not sold on perfect Charlie Kirk. I didn't know the guy personally, but it would disappoint me greatly to learn that he was not who he portrayed himself to be."
You know, I appreciate hearing that perspective. It's something that Jordan and I have talked about for a long time. And it doesn't necessarily mean that he was a bad guy or anything like that. It's just that maybe he wasn't who people assume. Whether that be that he wasn't, you know, pure Snow White, or that he could have been working as an intel asset and agents of some sort. You know, I mean, I believe the TPUSA is and always was an operation, a um, political influencing, money laundering, data gathering operation. I've been very candid that that's my personal belief. But you guys know, hopefully by now, that the way I cover the case is still objective. Still objective.
And he said some pretty crazy things too. And he
Yeah.
was in bed with a lot of bad people. So it's kind of hard to imagine him actually being a good dude.
1000%. How do you surround yourself with criminals and then not and just be totally oblivious? Okay, Kathy Nestor is coming in.
Gonna say good morning to her this time.
Good morning, Kathy. I guess I could have said Miss Nestor, but oh well. We got a smile.
There you go. Good job.
Hey, it's better than a no. See, nobody talks to these people. I'm like, what is everybody scared? They're too quiet.
Yeah. Something like that.
Bizarre.
There's a comment I want to pull up here. I forget. Oh, this one, yeah. Fiona Craig, thank you for the £5 super chat, and you're welcome. She says thank you from the UK.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for being here. We know it's been a long week. It's wild to me that I don't know when this courthouse was built, but it's huge. And, you know, Provo feels very small and sleepy. I mean, granted, I live in Houston, so I'm used to pure chaos, but it's like most of the time across from the court, you know, to walk the streets around the courthouse, I mean, you don't even really have to wait for the traffic light. There's that few people driving. It's quiet. So this is just a massive, beautiful courthouse. For
what I was telling you
feels like
earlier,
a small place.
What I was telling you earlier was it kind of seems like there has to be a parking garage where most of the court employees go into. We have terrible echo, by the way, and I'm trying to get through it. But what I was telling you earlier was when you look at it from outside here, it's really hard to tell that there's other hearings going on.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like the only hearing or trial or proceeding going on is this one. So it kind of seems like a small courthouse, but when you look at the size of the building, it's not a small courthouse. So they must have do they have a parking garage where like everyone else goes in?
I mean, I would say that this parking garage, this is for employees over here. And then this typically might be for people who are attending, but there's also another, what do you call it, uncovered parking garage or parking area that looks like it's over there. And then across the street on the other side is, across the street on the other side is a multi-layer parking garage. I want to say it's like five floors or so. So there's parking in the area.
A tunnel? I don't know why she's telling me to. You said hi to Braden, right?
Oh, hey, Braden. I thought I said hi to you, but if I didn't, good morning, buddy.
I think you did. Or did you? I think you did.
Okay, well, if I didn't, hey, bud.
Yeah, he was
And
in the chat
Braden
earlier.
is really, he's much like us. He's really trying to hit that 1,000 subs. So if anybody wants to support Braden, it's Braden_GT.
Yeah, he was in the chat earlier.
Braden.
I pulled him up in the chat, but I don't remember if he saw it or not. But I was talking to him in the chat, so if that counts, there we go.
Okay, that definitely. Oh, I know. He wanted me to share an observation with you guys. Okay.
What's that?
Braden said, he said for him, the word on the street is that Candace was banned from coming to the court proceedings by Erica. And I said, really, Braden? He didn't tell me his source on that. So, take that with a grain of salt. But I said, she has been on vacation all week and last week too. So 2 weeks of vacation during a pretty important time. And so Braden said, well, yeah, she went to Valhalla to see Charlie. So I thought maybe our audience would appreciate that.
Or maybe she's using one of the underground entrances and she actually is in the courthouse and she's wearing a disguise.
A disguise. Do I see another super chat?
Yeah, JB, thank you for the $20 super chat. They say you guys have done a great job this week. I've really enjoyed having you on while I work.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, we enjoy all of you. It's really spending so much time together this week. Feels like we're all a big family. So thank you so much for being here.
Lady Positive Thinker asks, why or how does Erica have power to ban anyone? Okay, I can answer that. She has kissed and hugged the President of the United States. She has had an even bigger hug with the Vice President of the United States. She's invited to the White House whenever she wants. She is invited to every White House social event that she ever wants to go to. She is basically the princess of this country. That's who Erica Kirk is. So if Erica Kirk doesn't want someone to attend this hearing, they don't attend this hearing. She is better than everyone else. She is practically royalty.
Okay.
So that's how she has the power to do that.
Sorry, I kind of missed the Robinson family, I'm pretty sure. But as I was saying, they've kind of just been very quietly walking in. Oh. And there goes Jack Posobiec. Quieter entrance today, I guess. Not the fancy Red Lotus that he came in as, that he cruised in yesterday, made a big scene yesterday. Yesterday. So sorry there. Jordan, you were mentioning Princess Erica and how she may get to dictate some things. Yeah, look, she cruised in with Don Trump Jr., we believe, on Tuesday.
Is there like a rule that press can't ask questions of these people, or is it just a respect thing? I think it's probably just a respect thing. What do you think?
I guess it's a respect thing, or maybe they just don't know what to say. Maybe, I mean, I just don't know the overall culture in Utah. I feel like typically at trials, press will ask questions. I mean, it's always someone's prerogative whether they want to. Here, hold on one second. Oh, shoot.
Do you think it could be the gag order?
No, I mean, it still doesn't preclude press from asking questions, though.
Exactly, yeah.
I don't know who I just saw walk in there, but he looked familiar. He looked TPUSA-ish. He was bald or shaved head, and had some facial hair. He looked very military-ish. So I don't know if one of the TPUSA aligned bloggers or if that was just a coincidence.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Meg and Kelly here for a second.
So I don't use the word confession, Mark, but I mean, might as well. And now we have a fifth a fifth confession when he saw Lance Twiggs the day after. And Lance said, was it true what you texted me? And he said, yeah, it was. I mean, once again, and that he wished he hadn't done it and that he cried as he paced around the apartment.
So what actually happened, Kelly, was Tyler sent all these text messages about how he just killed Charlie Kirk. And then when he gets home, Lance is like, is it true? Is it true what you said in the text messages? That's what actually happened.
Interesting. Interesting. I feel like we may have just a couple of other people coming through. Oh man, how rude. We've got one of these photographers over here like smoking right in the middle of everybody.
Huh. You know, the crazy thing is, I heard that statistically, smoking is actually healthy and it actually doesn't give you lung cancer. It only gives you lung cancer like 2% of the time or something. I don't know. That's just what I heard. Apparently, it's actually not as dangerous as they say.
You say so, Jordan.
Just something I saw on X.
I'm trying to think. I didn't have a chance to really look, since we were streaming all night, to look at what any of the other commentator types are saying so far about the case. I know looking at the comments, even the comments from our stream last night, it's been really interesting just to see what the audience is saying. And bless you.
Don't you have to be like 100 feet away? Well, maybe I shouldn't say that out loud if you're right by the person, but that's just what a commenter is saying.
Literally, like, right. Yep.
Because I guess they can maybe hear me right now. I don't know.
I try to have it low enough that I can just hear you. Here we go. Let's see. Billy, Brandy, y'all want to come say hi? Say hey. We're streaming. Hi.
Yes. Hi.
How are you?
Hey, I know y'all gotta go. But
Well,
at least
sun's outside again.
I know. I've been busy. They've been keeping me on the stream all day long.
We gotta run.
I've been trying to get you guys to get together.
Enjoy. Bye.
Well, that's good. I've been trying to get you to talk to them for a while. That's good.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Apparently, there's only 14 people watching the Keep USA stream. I guess like the Charlie Kirk show. I don't know. I actually got to question Blake Neff on whether or not he was a worthy representative of Charlie Kirk after his supposed death. That was pretty fun the other night.
Oh gosh.
We have Blake Flednars in here. Remember?
Sorry, I was trying to listen to someone's conversation over there. But yes, you talking to Blake Neff and how incredibly kind you were and respectful. Hey, I'll tell you what, I'm sure that not only he remembers that most likely, but a lot of our audience does. I've seen people continuing to give you props on that.
Blake Flednars is back.
Gosh.
He says, guys, I'm
Blake,
late here, but
it's so good to see you again. It's okay. I know you're a little flaky, so sometimes you don't always show up on time or ever, but it's okay.
Or at all. We are about 10 minutes out from the beginning of the scheduled hearing.
Oh, I hear so they just launched the drone up there. Let's see if I can show you guys. All the way somewhere up in there, I see someone on top of the building, somewhere right in there.
Maybe
You might be
maintenance.
able to barely see him. So I don't know if he's the one controlling it. But yep, there's a drone all the way up there.
Or
where were the drones on September 10th?
Or that could be sniper Overwatch.
Yeah, probably. There we go.
Because the courthouse needs that for the murder investigation, but they don't need that for the actual event to prevent him from actually getting killed.
Mm-hmm. All right, that drone, it's cruising.
And just so you know, Blake Floodnars agrees with me that if you eat cigarettes, they're actually quite healthy.
Oh, okay. You know what? I will say, I have eaten matches before. It's true. It's very salty. Like just the end of it. I don't remember why. As a kid, we like at summer camp or something, somebody thought it would be a great idea. We're all friends here, right? Did I lose you, Jordan?
Nope.
Well.
All right, back to Megyn Kelly, unless there's something else going on.
That he would talk to his parents or turn himself in. I mean, how many confessions do we need?
Right. One is good enough for me.
One is good enough for you. Okay.
One.
How about an actual confession of video of Tyler Robinson going through the whole story of what he did? That would be a confession that would actually count. Not
how about a confession to police?
To police. Yeah. Something that we can actually verify. Not just an electronic text message that could have been sent by Lance Twiggs, could have been falsified, that we don't even have timestamps for. And we don't know who controls the Discord account. We don't know who wrote the message, the letter. We don't know whether or not any of these hearsay conversations actually happened. And I get that it's a prelim hearing, but I don't care because I don't decide based off the prelim hearing standards. I judge based on what's most likely to actually.
Are you checking out or are you posting up over here? No, I'm gonna go edit some photos. Yeah, nice. Oh, hold on. Let's see. We've got a Escalade. All right, let's see. We've got an Escalade coming through. Hold on one moment. Let me flip the camera around. I need an auto button for this. Here we go.
There should be an auto button for it.
It's got blacked out windows, so I feel like that could be a good sign. Hey, Charles.
Hey, guys, go.
Oh, man, all that running for nothing. He doesn't have anybody in there.
That's like an older one, too.
Well, hey, look. It's the weekend. They could have been out of stock. I don't know.
Yeah.
All I could see was a white Escalade coming toward me. Okay,
What's that store?
If Charles is leaving, then that probably means everybody of importance is.
It says our Berkeley.
The car doctors.
The car doctors.
The Provo.
Must be a car wash.
Maybe car wash, maybe a mechanic shop. It looks, yeah, I'm not sure. I think a mechanic.
We are at 8:54 your time. You want to go head back to your hotel so we can have a little bit of time?
Thank you. I would love to.
All right. I'll see you back there.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, guys. See you shortly.
Bye. Okay, so we're going to go back to Megyn Kelly here for a second. and do some more commentary on that.
To run to the prosecution and define winning by begging them and pleading them and getting them to offer life. That's why I think that that's what the defense is doing. They're getting past this probable cause of hearing, which again, as Viva made very clear, I agree with him. The chances of this judge not finding probable cause, I equate to getting struck by lightning while you have the winning lottery ticket in your hand. It is guaranteed to happen. But let me go back to the.
And, you know, I kind of agree with that there's basically no chance of him not finding probable cause. On our Thursday night stream last week, I did make the case that there could be a little bit of friction on PC for the murder charge, perhaps, because I think that the PC for that is a little bit less. But I still don't really think that he's going to just find no probable cause for those charges. I think he's going to find PC on all of them. I kind of wish he would just do it now, because he's not going to find no PC. Like, come on, man. Like, that's just not how the legal system works. Like, he's not going to just have an epiphany. He doesn't get to research outside of the trial. He doesn't get to watch Try and Prove It. He doesn't get to watch Trigger Smart. He doesn't get to watch Candace Owens. He doesn't get to watch Barron. He doesn't get to do any research outside of the court. So the likelihood that he's just gonna figure out on his own that this stuff doesn't add up is extremely low, especially if none of the UVU review video is going to be public. And especially if none of the other videos are going to be, or not public, but in evidence that show all the coordination immediately before and immediately afterwards. He's probably not going to connect the dots, unfortunately. So I do not think that there's any chance in the world that he finds no PC. Or at least for some of them. The murder charges, almost certainly still. But maybe there's a slightly higher chance that he finds no PC for that.
Crying, because I think I keep getting downloads as to why that's even more significant. A guilty verdict, I think, is going to happen at his trial, assuming this isn't resolved to a life sentence. You go to the penalty phase, you got 12 people who are deciding whether he should live or die. And death is different. However you feel about it, Megan, you would be like, all right, let's go straight to death, no questions asked. It's very personal. And when you start to hear things like him crying, him wishing he didn't do it, while that would have zero impact on you and maybe other panelists here, that could have an impact on at least one of the 12 jurors. And since they require a unanimous verdict to give him death, that's a concern. It's not a guarantee that you're going to get the death penalty here.
And the other thing, just to continue,
I want to address this chat here. That is correct. I believe that the standard of evidence that they use here, well, the standard is probable cause, but another way of thinking about it is preponderance of the evidence, which is basically just which is more likely. My echo is back. There's no way my echo's back. Is it actually back? Can someone verify? I don't have any clue why it would be back. I don't think it's back. It's only going to be back when Kelly comes back. It's all Kelly's fault. Right, Kelly? She can't hear me. All of the technical difficulties in this entire week so far have been Kelly's fault. None of them have been my fault, right?
that thought, Mark, is that everything we hear about Tyler Robinson, like we opened the show today with this reporting from this well-known YouTuber, and this guy says he was contacted by a friend of the pair of them, Robinson and Twiggs, and that person gave this YouTuber a bunch of, like, we showed pictures from what he said was inside their apartment, a bunch of details on both of them, Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs. And if you believe all of this, the takeaway is Lance Twiggs was a hot mess and Tyler Robinson was kind of fine. Not thriving exactly, but not the problem. Like, maybe realizing he was gay, but like, that's it. No, he wasn't the one manic and crying and doing experiments with mold and then whisks with metal on them, trying to grow shit in the apartment, and swaying between like huge bouts of depression and then manic, maniacal smiling and giggling while he did these crazy drawings. That was all twigs. So I don't know I don't know if that answers anything about how Tyler Robinson one day pulled out his gun and shot Charlie Kirk, according to the prosecution. But it's not like hearing about Charles Manson, who is this like frothing at the mouth serial killer who loved killing.
Okay. I wasn't really paying attention to that, but here we go. Just talking about the echo. Not to worry about the echo. So once, you know what I should do? I should pull up the trial feed. Let's go ahead and do that, yeah? In case we accidentally miss it because I'm not paying attention. AP News. Oh, no, that's not it. Hold up. And then let's scroll forward. Okay, I don't think they're going just yet. Oh, Brandon Tatum's here. We missed that. He's late. All right, so Brandon Tatum is there. Not that that actually matters, but there we go. I don't know why his leg's been weird. I'm not a doctor. Let's check out some of these other streams, yeah?
Got Acosta in. Let me mute my text. It doesn't show. It's
check out Trigger Smart.
I haven't slept for a week, guys.
Oh, he has Kazia on again and Valhalla.
For me, it's right now 6 p.m. So, I have to watch it till very late at night. I haven't been sleeping anyway. So then Matt messaged me and he's like, often look at the comments.
if
I guess Danks is doing his own show today. And I guess what's going on with Baze though? Let's see what's going on with Baze. Is he live? I guess Baze is not live. Who else would be streaming? Is Gary streaming? Baze is probably busy with real life stuff right now, I would guess.
Look, I get it. Like,
oh, he has the lawyer lady on.
But we have an American. You can disagree with it. Projectile or the pieces of projectile. I've never talked to her in person. It's
no, wait, who is this lady? I don't know who this lady is.
616 and many.
That's not the lawyer lady.
I think he said the NGO.
I have no idea who that is. But anyway, no, I don't think Danks was actually watching our stream. I think he was watching the AP news feed, and he just saw Kelly through that external camera. That's not actually our stream. He saw Kelly filming our stream. But anyway. Didn't she get kicked off the X the other night? Oh, the X Wait, what do you mean? Jordan, didn't she get kicked off the X the other night? Do you mean the video X spaces that Blake had? That she kind of got, well, she didn't get kicked off. He just ended the entire spaces. I guess because Kelly was talking too much because he's an asshole. I think that's what you're talking about. Is that what you're talking about? Kelly, I don't think can hear me right now, so it's okay. We can speak freely. Isn't that his assistant? Oh, so he did jump in our stream. Cool. Isn't that his assistant? I don't know. Maybe the person Brandon Tatum was walking in with? I don't know. Yeah, I think the echo is good, at least until Kelly comes back. And then we'll have to see again. Oh, Elizabeth Lane? Did she get kicked off something? I don't know. I don't watch Elizabeth Lane. It would be funny if she did, though, because she has a potty mouth, yeah. So we are waiting for Kelly to come back in, and we're waiting for the hearing to come back on. It should be a short day today because the actual testimony should only go till about lunchtime. And then after lunchtime, we're going to have some talk about bindover, which is probably going to be super boring because they said something about 40 pages of argumentation written. And I feel like that's going to be a snoozer. So we're probably going to cut the stream and only cover the rest of the testimony. So hopefully just up until lunch, and we'll probably talk about it for a little bit, and then we'll probably be done for the day because I have real work to get to, meaning like for my actual job that actually makes money. And I have, yeah, Kelly has work to do as well at the campus and at other places. So we're going to hopefully cut the stream around lunchtime today, or lunchtime local. Kelly's probably getting coffee. That's probably why it's taking her a while. We still do not have the feed. Or we have the feed, but it hasn't started yet. Yeah. Elizabeth Lane, he didn't want to hear from her at all on the X stream that you were on. I only do X spaces. So I don't know about X streams. Maybe they're talking to Kelly. I don't know what all streams she's done. I don't think that Kelly is streamed video with anyone, except for like me, I guess, since she's been there. So I don't know. No, I'm not going to read that in the Brandon Tatum voice. I don't follow Brandon Tatum enough to know what his voice is. So I'm not going to, we don't mock people here. We would like for Kelly to have the opportunity to speak with him. So if I go on this channel and I'm like, I don't represent Kelly, but I'm associated with Kelly, and I go on this channel and mock him, that's not going to reflect well on Kelly. And she's not going to have an opportunity to talk to him if she wanted to do that. So I'm not going to do that. But thank you for the suggestion. Because that's how we get spaces. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. She might have gotten kicked off. I don't know. But yeah, we try to be professional and respectful around here. Because that's how you get people to talk to you. And that is the business, is getting the inside information. So, okay, so you're saying that Elizabeth Lane got kicked out of the spaces. That wouldn't surprise me. I don't know if she did or not. Don't have Kelly yet, and I don't believe that we have the trial or the prelim hearing yet. So we're just kind of waiting around. Already turned off. Okay, you're about to get banned just as much as Blake, the real Blake, does. Yeah. Do you know a legal way to access flock cameras in St. George? Trying to find a legal way to show FBI at Lance and Tyler's home before event. No, I don't. I'm not going to advise you on that. Yeah, 100% don't bash someone you're trying to get information from. That is very good advice. So we're still just waiting for the hearing to start. AP News typically does a good job of switching to it when it is ready to go. Is Kelly's son filming? He was in the reflecting pool stuff, but he got yeah. We're probably going to use a tripod next time. We need a freaking mod in here? I don't think so. We do have one though. I guess she's probably doing like real life things right now. Christy is the mod in Kelly's channel, and Tammy is the mod in my channel. And I think I made Christy mod in Try and Prove It. Or maybe I made Tammy mod and Try and Prove It, but we don't hardly have any chat on Try and Prove It anyway. But we have mods on both of the larger channels, so we should be good. And I haven't seen any, like, we don't have enough chats to need a moderator, really. Like, occasionally, like, really the only reason why we had a mod in the first place in Kelly's channel was because of, you know, one individual. So, and that one individual is no longer in favor with Kelly. So I think we're good. I don't think we need mods, at least not until we get like a lot more viewers. I still don't see Kelly or the start of the hearing. We should be getting started here pretty soon. Today's witness will be a defense witness. Hopefully they will not use the same dude to interview the witness. Hopefully they'll use Stacey Visser or at least Catherine Nestor, because both of them can actually communicate effectively, but the one dude simply cannot. I guess Kelly's probably getting coffee. I already got my coffee, but I have a coffee machine. So I just put in a K-cup, and it just makes my coffee in like 60 seconds. Yeah, I mean, once you blow up and you have like 1 million chats per second, it's really difficult to actually interact with your chat. I get that. And so when you're on a smaller channel, there's a lot more interaction with the chat per persons. Okay, so if you think about like a school classroom, if you have like I'm not super tired. If you have 20 kids per teacher, it's probably going to be a much better environment, teaching environment, than if you have 1,000 students per teacher, or 2,000 students per teacher, or 5,000 or 10,000 students per teacher. Because there's only one teacher, or there's only 2 of us, Kelly and I. So right now, there's enough chats that we can handle it and keep on and stay on top of them. But if we had like 20 times the chats, there's not 20 times more of us. So, you know, when you look at Barron, it makes sense that he is not able to engage with his chat at the same level that we do, because there's only one of him. I was just talking about how we are able to engage with our chat very effectively because we are a small channel.
Good morning.
Did you get your coffee?
I did. Yes. Thanks for holding down the fort. I needed some coffee in my life.
We do not have a start to the hearing yet. I guess they were waiting on you to get your coffee.
All right, then. Oh, gosh. I did see
think we were-
that, I wanted to mention, I did see that, I think it was TK Parks had said that that was Graham Allen, and that was my initial gut instinct. But I just don't know a lot of these podcasters and whatnot that well. It's been interesting how quickly I've learned, but wait, court doesn't start till 11. No way.
ET.
Oh.
That would be 20 minutes ago. Or 15 minutes ago.
Yep. Well, I know that no one saw Erica enter. That doesn't mean that she hadn't, already come through like the tunnel, but.
Brandon Tatum did enter. Were you listening?
No, I didn't. Or I didn't hear that.
Yeah, Brandon Tatum did show up just after you left. So
right after I left.
In case anybody cares, I don't think anybody cares, but that did happen.
Well, good morning to everyone who's here. Thank you so much to everyone for joining us. We are at day 5. That's a nice way to sum it up, Jordan. It's been a long week. AP live stream is saying that court starts at 11 Mountain time?
No, Eastern time.
Okay, I just want to verify.
Unless something catastrophic happened, but I don't think something. I saw that tag. I could probably zoom back.
Wait, did you have to ban Flake?
No.
Oh, okay.
Why would you say that?
Well, someone in the chat mentioned.
You missed Flake Fednar's getting banned. I didn't ban him, and I don't think any mods are here. But no, I think I did make a comment that if he keeps acting weird, he might get banned like the way the real one did.
Oh.
But the real one didn't even get banned, so I don't know.
He banned himself.
But this is probably... Oh, you can't see because of the... Hold on.
The banner? There you go.
This is probably what they were talking about.
I see. Yep.
I think we're good. Did he deactivate his X again? I mean, he did that yesterday, but only for like a couple hours.
Oh, interesting. I know, Sonia, thank you for sharing that. I did not hear that. Well, I'm glad to hear that, other folks are agreeing with my hot take. Oh, no, Stephen, you're close, but no cigar on that one. Stephen says, I thought he got banned yesterday from Kelly's channel. No, I had just mentioned that I had blocked his number. That's the first time that I've ever done that. Makes me sad to do it, but, crossed me too many times, and this time effed up my work.
Broski gotta pay.
It's true. It's a running joke, you guys, that like all of the other, podcasters or whatever in the space, it's literally become a running joke that like they can't say my name. And so sometimes I'll say something kind of smart aleck like I did in the space that night where I'm like, who cares about him? He can't even say my name. But y'all know that I mean that playfully.
Like every time someone like plays our content or something and it's not someone in our friend group, it's like, I don't know who that girl is, but
yeah, whoever that girl is. And like most of the time my name will be on the screen, which is really funny.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Oh, I like that. She called me trash. Just say Kelly with an I. Get it? Like the letter I and also I.
Mm-hmm. Because you're an investigator. And what is our
Jordan,
logo?
do you have, they said that the trial is live.
Oh, shit.
Because you're on the AP exterior stream, maybe?
Well, they're not on it yet.
Go to KSL. Just go to KSL. We don't need.
Oh, come on.
Okay, so, oh gosh.
You sent me the KSL, but you saw the Kazi is on there?
Electronic device in the courtroom may be addressed by the court. For those individuals who have a cell phone, I invite you to join me as I silence my cell phone to ensure that the proceedings today can proceed without distraction.
Is the audio good?
Audio's great.
Also expects every person in attendance will be treated with the dignity and respect to which they are entitled. Consistent with this court's standing decorum order, all spectators shall remain quiet, civil, and orderly at all times. Spectators shall not engage in conduct that is distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening in any manner. Spectators shall not make audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, and shall not make gestures or of other visible reactions during the hearing. Spectators shall also not wear or display pins, buttons, signs, clothing, photographs, or other items expressing support for or in opposition to any person connected with this case, or expressing any position concerning the status of this case as a capital offense. The court appreciates the cooperation of all present in maintaining a courtroom environment that is safe, respectful, and orderly, and faithful to the rights and dignity of every person involved. All right. My understanding is the parties wish to address an issue before we get started. Is that correct? Okay. Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning. I passed up to the court after providing copies of it to counsel for the state and counsel for the media, a single piece of paper. Does the court have that?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. So every morning, this court has a colloquy with the camera operators about their ability to comply with this court's orders. And they acknowledge that they understand the order and that they can comply with it. And the court asks them if they have any problem with it. And they state to the court that they do not have a problem with it. We also spent many, many, many hours of court time addressing which exhibits will and will not be published through the electronic media. And this exhibit, the court ordered would not be published through the electronic media, and it was. And without belaboring the point, the court can imagine our concern that the media and the state who control this exhibit and the publication of this exhibit in the courtroom as per the court's orders failed to comply with this court's orders after all of the effort that we made and the court made to make sure that the court balanced everybody's rights, including the rights that we're concerned about, which are Mr. Robinson's. No doubt the counsel for the media and counsel for the state will say that it was a very, very brief mistake, that it was corrected as soon as they realized the error, but it's done. It's out there, it's photographed. I'm informed secondhand that if I want to buy this image and maybe even have it framed and put behind museum quality glass, I can do so and put it up in my office. Obviously, I'm not going to do that. But my point is, it doesn't matter how long the court's order was violated. When we live in an electronic world, it's done and it's permanent. And we just wanted the record to be clear that we're concerned that the court's orders have been violated, and they've been violated with respect to an order that was specifically designed to protect Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. And I don't want to belabor the point any further. I'm also not going to refer to the exhibit with any more specificity because it's not necessary.
Is there a requested remedy or potential sanction that you feel is warranted given the actions which you have outlined this morning?
I think that we would like to think, when I say we, I mean Mr. Robinson's counsel, about that. We have, as the court knows, repeatedly asked this court, moved this court, not to have electronic broadcast of this proceeding, of any of the proceedings, and specifically this proceeding. The court denied those motions and overruled our objections to the specific EMC requests. So I think it's a little premature, but I can represent to the court that we will suggest a remedy in advance of the next hearing.
Well, Mr. Novak, I appreciate that, but I would ask that if it is something that is concerning, that it be addressed immediately. So I'm not going to wait until this. I recognize and appreciate what you have described, and this was on my mind a lot last night as well.
Okay.
I don't want to sit on this. So I ask you respectfully to confer with your counsel and come up with that, because I want to address it. I agree. It is concerning and it warrants examination and to be addressed immediately, especially as we have a little bit left of our preliminary hearing. So I want to give it the weight it is needed, and I don't disagree with you.
Then why don't we take the court's indulgence? We don't need to empty the courtroom. We can go talk about what we think an appropriate measured sanction would be, and we can bring that suggestion back to the court in a few minutes.
All right. Well, before we do that, I want to turn to the state and to the media to address what you've addressed. And then obviously if there's a part two, then therefore.
And I appreciate the invitation, and I also appreciate the court's desire to address the consequences, if any, immediately.
Thank you, Mr.
I was not
Novak.
trying to delay it. I just think it's an issue which warrants some thought. The court has said it gave it some thought. We will have a suggestion very briefly.
Thank you. Turning to the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think at the outset, it's important to recognize that everyone's doing their best here. The court is, I know the clerks are, I think the media is, we certainly are, and the defense is. This issue came up in the context of an examination of a witness. One exhibit was published before the exhibit at issue was also brought onto the screen. I explained what we were going to do, and then the exhibit was brought onto the screen. I reviewed the video last night. The camera captured this for approximately 2 seconds. The camera operator, I think, acting in diligence and appropriateness, immediately panned as soon as she realized that there was a new exhibit on the screen. The court took it down. As soon as they realized that an exhibit was on the screen, I immediately instructed my paralegal to take it down, and it was. Defense, I think everyone involved here made quick and appropriate efforts as soon as they realized a mistake had been made to remedy and mitigate that issue. As I explained what I was what we were going to do, defense counsel did not object as that happened. And the reason I bring that up is because of the requirement for timely objections. Moreover, I do want to say this exhibit was read into the record. It was allowed to be read into the record earlier. It is also in an earlier pleading, which is the information. This portion of that exhibit, I understand, is in the information. And it is largely cumulative of Exhibit 16 and 16.1, which were previously admitted into evidence and published to the media. Finally, we are going to be dealing with a lot of publicity when it comes to media coverage. And I think that's really where the remedy is going to be addressed. I understand there may be a remedy that can be fashioned today to prevent this kind of thing going forward or going on in the future in this hearing. But I think ultimately that's where this will be addressed. Any other questions from me, Your Honor?
Well, not at this time. I will afford you the opportunity, obviously, to respond when the defense comes back. I want to weigh this and taking in consideration, and I find your representations to be accurate as to what occurred. I believe that I noticed it and asked for it to be taken down because I have a live stream on my screen for that very purpose. And the sequence, I believe I made note, and if I'm wrong, please correct me. It's been a long 4 past days, but that's the only addition that I find to the representation. And certainly, Mr. Novak, feel free to correct it if you believe the sequence was any different. I just want to make sure a clear record is being made of what happened in order for whatever happens next to be appropriate and proportional to the actions that occurred.
No, and that's consistent with my memory. And I also reviewed the video, the live stream as well in preparation for this issue today. So that's exactly what I think happened. From my perspective, examining the witness, I did not have a view of what was being published to the public and the media. And so I think the court immediately, as soon as it recognized that, brought that to everyone's attention.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. To the media.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Appreciate the opportunity to be here to speak on behalf of the media. I think our understanding of what happened is consistent with what both the defense and the state have said here. So I don't want to belabor that point, but here's how I understand them. There's 2 exhibits at issue. Those exhibits were used yesterday in part because the juxtaposition of those 2 exhibits might have provided some sort of benefit to the court. The first of those exhibits was asked to be published through all 3 of the court's phases. The court said it will be admitted into evidence, be shown in the courtroom, will not be shown on the cameras. That happened about 3 hours into the hearing. That all went smoothly and well. That operated exactly as it is intended to. That requires the participation of everyone, the court, the defense, the state, media, camera operator, all to do that well. Later in the day, when in the video I reviewed, this was about 5 hours into the runtime yesterday. The second exhibit that was going to be compared side by side was introduced. That also went through that 3-step process. In that case, the court said that that could be admitted into evidence, shown to the court, and then also shown on the cameras. So it was put on the courtroom cameras. At that point, there was what I think is a useful practice by the camera operator to wait a beat, because sometimes mistakes do happen, right? In that case, though, that was authorized. So the camera then panned to the screen, which is set up specifically for the camera operator to be able to capture that. Examination on that exhibit began. Then, because the examination seemed to call for that juxtaposition, without much warning for anyone involved, the previous exhibit that was intended to be juxtaposed was placed on the screen. From, I think, a observer's view who didn't know where the testimony was going without warning. The camera operator, I think quite astutely, within seconds, recognized this is a different exhibit, and recalling the court's prior order, recognized I should pan off, and did within seconds. I think at the time that was happening, the court also caught that and said, let's not do that. Now, and that was the end of it. I think the 2 seconds is about right. I don't want to minimize that. I understand the point that Mr. Novak is making. We are operating in some ways on high wire, and we are trying to place as many nets as we can, and all the parties are working together to try to do that. But in the age in which we live, one of the challenges is that sometimes when something like that is placed on a live stream, someone can screenshot it, and like Mr. Novak said, if they want to put that for sale on the internet, then they can. That's why working together to ensure that even small mistakes like that don't happen is critical. And the media has the media coalition that are given the opportunity and the benefit of being able to be here to run cameras and to take photographs have complete buy-in on that point. There are, of course, people out there watching a live stream that are not part of our coalition that we can't control. And that's why it's so important that we get these pieces right. I do want, without going too far into the evidence, to note not only that several lines of this exhibit are available publicly in the information, but that the full text, every word of that exhibit is contained in a search warrant, in this case, that was initially filed on September 17th this is in the 4th district, but in a different court, was held for 6 months, as search warrants often are. But then on March 17th, March 16th, March 17th, was released in full. On page 7 of that search warrant is the full text of this exhibit. I don't want to suggest that anybody gets the right to say, well, I think it's public. The court has said don't show it in the screen. But since I think it is, we'll just come back later on and tell the court it's not a big deal because it's already public. That's not how it works. If we say we think it's in the public, the court says, I understand that, but I'm going to make an order. That order should be adhered to. But I do, for the purposes of prejudice, for potential remedy, for the court's concern and the court's sleepless nights, I do want the court to know that as well. And members of our coalition have pointed out to me as we've talked about this, while we take this very seriously, it is true in this case that the full text of that, not the image of the exhibit itself, but the full text is already in the public sphere, has been reported on, and is out there. I only want to reinforce, to close, the recognition that the media, our coalition, I, as an attorney for that coalition, have an obligation to make sure that mistakes don't get made. And in this case, even though I believe that the camera operator didn't act in violation of the court's decorum order, didn't do something that was forbidden by that there was an order that said, don't publish this exhibit. And because it flashed on the screen when the camera operator was filming that screen, that did happen. The media is fully bought in. I, as one of the attorneys and the other attorneys for the media coalition, are fully bought in on a goal to make sure that this kind of thing doesn't happen. Of course, I understand Mr. Novak and the defense's need to make a record and make an objection. And I also recognize and appreciate and understand the court's role in trying to make sure it imposes whatever sort of direction, caution, sanction, response that it believes is needed to make sure that its orders are recognized and adhered to. And I want the court to know that we will understand that and will comply with whatever it is that the court orders.
Thank you. Anything further before we break? Mr. Novak?
We don't need a break.
Okay. Well,
The court wants a break.
I want to review this. I'm sure there is a stream out there. I want to look at it again in order to appreciate the full effect and exposure. I remember it, but given the nature of this and trying to weigh the constitutional rights of all parties, I want to be thorough and look at it exactly. So as we move forward, as I evaluate what's being requested by the parties, that I am at the level of knowledge and because for what it is, it was on screen. I want to look at it, how long, what exactly was on screen, and in order to be at the point of saying, okay, I fully understand. I mean, I was here, I saw it, I noticed it on the screen, but again, I want to take that extra 2 minutes to review that.
I'm not suggesting that we rush through this at all. I just wanted the court to understand that our request for the remedy and the sanction, we are prepared to share that with the court, but we can certainly wait until the court has had an opportunity to review whatever the court thinks it needs to review. The permanence of this violation of the court order is a different issue from how long it took to correct the violation. It's a permanent consequence. In other words, that image is out there forever and ever in violation of the court's order, no matter what actions the court, the state, and the media took to remedy it, because that's the technological world we live in. So that's my response, if I may, to the arguments, but we can hold our suggestion until the court's ready for it.
All right. If the parties feel it'd be helpful to confer while the court is reviewing it, you may, just so that if you choose to, I encourage it. If you don't, I respect that. A court's going to take about 5 minutes. Again, I just want to review it to be brought up to full speed and just to have it freshly in my mind.
I'm going to make one more point, if I may, and that is this is not the first time that this has happened. We had earlier proceedings in this case where the cameras depicted images inside the courtroom that the court had prohibited, and the court imposed certain consequences on the media as a result of that. And so that's just something to keep in mind, in my opinion, if I may. Thank you.
All right, before the court takes a 5-minute recess and to review this, does any party need the benefit of the record based off the dialogue between me and Mr. Novak? All right, not seeing any party respond. The court's in recess. We'll come back at 9:45. Court is in a brief recess.
So basically, whoops. Oh, is this their music? This is their music. That's annoying. Okay. I think you're still muted. These lawyers, man, right? I shouldn't call you man, but these lawyers
Fine.
they do not know like social etiquette here. Like he's saying, yeah, oh, we don't need a recess. Well, nobody asked you, dude. Nobody asked you. The court wanted a recess. You didn't ask for a recess. The court did. So nobody asked you, buddy. And then he just keeps talking.
I apologize that I keep looking at my phone over here, you guys, but I know that I have a copy of that letter. I know that I had it. So.
Oh, we can find it. We can find it. We can find it.
Yeah. I'm like, I know I had it, I snapped it on the screen or something.
Maybe they scrubbed it. I mean, I know it's in our thing. Let's see if we can find it. Let's find it in our stream.
Okay.
You know what would be cool? This will be cool. Hold on.
And I think he said it was about 5 hours in.
5
Yeah,
hours.
you don't need, I mean, it's kind of, I will say that I feel conflicted about pulling it up, and I see Mary Stu said the same thing. I mean, it's like, just because it's out there, you know, doesn't, and it was an accident, doesn't mean that we should use it, but it, you know. What do you guys think?
Check this out.
What? Oh gosh.
We are reacting. We are reacting to ourselves. Reacting to ourselves.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
It's feeling a little too narcissistic.
Are on what screen? Well, let me see if I can find this real fast.
I mean, I can read it out loud. I did find, okay, here. Because I see that actually Trigger Smart had posted it yesterday. And I'll text this to you, Jordan. If you want, I can kind of read it out.
Go ahead.
There you go. Do you want me to read it for the audience?
Oh, I thought you were going to. I thought you wanted to.
Okay. If you are reading this note, my text, then I am so sorry. I left the house this morning on a mission and got an auto text. Oh, and set an auto text. I am likely dead or facing a lengthy prison sentence. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I took it. I don't know if I will or have succeeded, but I had hoped to make it home to you. I wish we could have lived in, and then that's where this cuts off at least.
And he addresses it to Luna, which I guess is Lance Twiggs.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Or they address it to Luna. We don't actually know who actually wrote this. For the record. Let's see how my handwriting stacks up. Because a lot of people have been commenting on the handwriting.
I just got a really rude message.
From who?
Hold on. Why is this thing in chat? strange.
From who?
Milliner or whatever that.
Milner?
Yeah,
Yeah,
however
they're.
you say it.
Wait, in this chat?
No, directly to me.
What did he say?
Well, I'm trying to get through. Okay, here we go. Messages. For some reason, my inbox is not pulling up on X, but it said something about you are a waste of time.
Oh, fuck that dude.
Yeah. I literally like went out and I spent a solid amount of time getting video and photos for this person. So maybe I won't send them after all. I want to
Yeah,
be
if they're
rude.
send a DM like that, then they can go at themselves.
Yeah. Weird. I'll have to pull it up on my X because for some reason this is not letting me even open my messages right now. But it started coming. Yeah. Here, I'll read it. I'll read it to you guys because I mean that was freaking rude. Like it said that all I saw flash across my screen was you are a waste
You're breaking up a little bit.
of time.
All right, I just wrote out some of this stuff here. Hold on. It'll probably be easier to do it this way. Here we go. Yeah, he's been rude, or I say it's a he. I don't know if it's actually a he. It's probably a he. It seems like a he. But they've been rude quite a bit in our chat, and we've tolerated it for a while. But if he's going to send DMs like that, then maybe we don't need to tolerate it anymore.
Yeah. I'll read it for kicks. Just look, there's no reason for this person to send a message like this. You know what? You are a waste of time. You are a phony. I'm done. Go back to TV journalism. And by the way, teaming up with JH makes it worse. I consider you a misleading liar and incapable of any journalistic questioning. You are petrified of confronting real interviews. For instance, you know damn well what to ask McClintock. You are just afraid. I'm done. I've given you enough chances to ask real questions and nothing. You are too enamored by your own image on YouTube.
Yeah.
Do I look like I'm trying to look enamored by my image right now? Let's be honest.
You have your hair up.
I have my hair up.
You're obviously not. Where's this dude at? Where's this dude? I don't see him in here. Did somebody already ban him?
Yeah, he called. Let's see. He called someone a smartass this morning, among other rude things. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, I actually had asked what specifically people wanted to know from Charles, and also you guys, like, yes, would I like to talk to Charles about some things? Absolutely, but I also am professional enough to not do that in front of all of these media folks, okay? And while someone is working and on a live stream, that's not my style, okay? To have that kind of, serious conversation in front of everyone and on a live stream. So I'm sorry that this rude person does not understand my level of ethics, but there you have it.
All right, they're banned. I found them.
Okay.
They're gone. All right. So this is my handwriting. I think my handwriting is at least a little bit better.
There you go. And somebody said, he or she needs to get their rear over to Utah if they think they know how to do things for the best way. So.
Exactly. So I think my handwriting is at least a little bit better than.
Oh yeah, that's much more clear.
A little bit, yeah.
I mean, mine has been pretty sloppy, but
Yeah.
but I was also like
Video overhead.
scribbling fast. I mean, I have nice penmanship if I need to, but
Yeah.
oh, GCL sent you a clear version of the note if you want it, Jordan. And yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely good for us to hang on to. It's just strange that the way that these interactions played out between Lance and Tyler, if indeed true, okay, it just seems like Lance was trying to reel him in, get him on the line and reel him in. That's just the way they read to me. Why would you engage in those kinds of texts? And again, what they were reading to us wasn't on Discord, it wasn't on Signal or WhatsApp. They weren't disappearing messages. It's like,
I didn't see this before. I don't know what this is, but I mean, I think I know what this is a reference to, but I didn't see this when this was sent.
I meant to forward that to you. It's epic.
That's from GCL, and I need to be
I love
careful
it.
here.
I love it.
But I don't see a recent message, so I don't know.
Okay. Also, Jordan, lots of people want to know when you're going to get some fish for that tank.
Oh, that was for the flood stuff. But I never did get to that because Ryan never gave me an idea for what to demonstrate.
Also,
maybe we'll still get to it.
Also wanted to, yeah, I think so. We're going to have some things. There will continue to be developments and whatnot for this case, but obviously there was a lot leading up to this. So you should go back over the text and count how many times each Lance and Tyler reveal a piece of evidence. It's ridiculous. I agree. That would be a great activity for us to do because that's what makes it feel so fake to me. Like, why would you, if you just completed this murder, why in the world would you then turn around and literally speak of each important aspect and piece of evidence in text?
I have a thing to pull up. Ooh. Are they doing a static fire right now? Oh, it looks like they already did.
Okay, let's stay on topic.
Sorry.
That's okay. Would you like to play? We had some requests earlier for people to play the Don Jr. clip from the other day.
Hold on, there's a clip I want to show. Jack Reacher movie.
Is that gonna get us? Is that gonna be a problem? Copyright problem?
Maybe. I don't think so, though.
If it is, it's not worth than having to trim out of the stream.
I don't think so.
Jordan.
I'll find it later.
Thank you.
Didn't we play the Andrew Colvett yesterday?
No, not Andrew Colvett, Jordan. Don Jr.
Or the Don Jr. Didn't we play that yesterday?
Yeah, maybe 2 days ago. We've got different folks in the chat. We've got different folks in the chat.
You sent me that, didn't you?
Yes. Oh, and Furry Kid, I don't know if Furry Kid has seen my furry picture.
I feel like.
Okay, and we're gonna have to ask for clarification. Do you mean the real one or the AI one?
Both. Obviously. Well, here's one of them. And then Where's the other one at? I have so many photos on this desktop here. Oh, we have this one. Where's the other one at?
I think maybe it would be good. Maybe we should have you like keep a folder of recent media clips or something. So that way you've got
Drive, yeah.
Yeah, you've got all these things on.
Where's the other one though?
James Lee's live stream was shut down yesterday. Interesting. Christy, what was he talking about?
Oh, you can't see any of this. Hold on. Why is this pulled up?
No, that's not
I
what I'm
couldn't see any
talking
of
about.
that. I know, but I just had it pulled up. There we go. There's that one. And I also showed
Hold on, you have to leave it up for a minute so they can see. They haven't. There's
this
a lot
one.
Oh my gosh.
There's that one. And where's the other one at? There's this one.
Oh my God. No, Jordan,
then-
Jordan, listen to me. Jordan, listen to me. Okay, I texted you. I think I texted.
Oh, did you text it to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you texted it to me,
That
but we
was
have so
the
many
real
texts. It'll take forever for me to scroll up. I'm trying to find it. I have it on my desktop.
Jordan, okay.
Where is it? Maybe I'll just look for it in my texts. But if I open up my messaging app, then we'll get notifications. Let's see if I can find it. We haven't been texting as much, so maybe I can scroll all the way up to it.
And it's not
We've
even
been on streams
do you
for
know that
like
you
all
don't-
day long.
Do you know, Jordan, that you don't even have to scroll? Oh, there we go.
There we go. See, that's what I've been saying, but she has to go. I already sent her a computer that's way better than her current one. She just needs to get a monitor, and then she can have the remote.
Yep. Jordan, there's requests in the chat for you to focus, okay? You got to dial in.
Well, we're on break. We're on break right now, so it's fine.
Yeah. Okay. And then you were going to show your AI picture. And then what I would like for you to pull up would be that Don Jr. Interview from the other day. I can resend it to you if you'd like.
Why is she texting me that? I need her to text me that.
Jordan, are you focused?
Huh?
Are you focusing?
No.
Please.
I'm checking my texts. I'm checking work texts. What am I supposed to be doing right now? I don't know. What's going on? Oh, the Andrew Colvett thing. That's right. Hold on.
No, Jordan, the Don Jr. Focus.
Don Jr.
Focus.
Here we go.
I feel like I've been dealing with so many crazy accusations, either leveled at Erica or myself or the organization or whatever, anything except for Tyler Robinson in this process, that I haven't gotten a chance to articulate clearly what questions I still have
Jordan,
that I want answers to. So
what?
Jordan, that's Andrew Colvett. I'm talking about Don Jr. Come on, man.
The feed is behind there. Okay. Don Jr. Okay, where's that text message at? Let's see if I can find that one. I have like 3 different things on my mind right now. I don't know where this thing is. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's probably in text because I see that it is, I didn't send it to you on X, so just stand by for a moment.
My X DMs aren't connecting anyways.
Thank you, furry kid. Yeah, that was, oh my gosh, that was probably how long ago? Like 12 years ago. But as I've talked about, I had a friend who, you know, was into that stuff. So anyway, I got to put on the head for a couple of minutes and my dog was panicked. Don Jr. interview. Tyler Robinson trial. Oh, Jordan, I know how you can pull it up. Go to my X. Of course, that was like one of my biggest posts this week. Are you there?
Yeah.
Come on, Jordan. Where you at?
I'm doing work stuff right now.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. I'm not gonna
I've been doing this like 24/7 basically. I have to do something real fast.
Got it. Okay, guys, bear with him for just a second. And if you're able to go to my X page, then this will buy you like 3 minutes of time. Just common sensing it said, I bought the 32-inch Samsung smart monitor all in one, TV and monitor, screen share, some type of AI features. Haven't tried it out. Please let me know if you like it, because I do need to get a solid size monitor. I have this external, like this is my external monitor. It's like a cheap one from Amazon. But anyway, connecting it, it's like it needs its own power source. Y'all should see my setup here. I got wires everywhere.
Whoa.
Whoa, what?
What did I just do? Whoa. Have you seen Chrome do that before?
Oh, split it into two windows? Yeah.
Yeah. How did I do that?
Oh God, Jordan, come on. Jordan.
I didn't know you could do that.
Okay, we'll talk about that later.
Okay. I'm not seeing it.
Jordan, just go to my X page, please.
Can you please? I am on your X page, Kelly.
But you're in this content part, and it'll be so much easier. I've barely tweeted at all. There we go. Okay. They're coming right up. Boom. There it is.
I've got one more minute here. Some of the video that was played in court is something that we have never seen before, and the public seeing it for the first time. It's my understanding on Monday, there was some video that was played, and Erica chose to get up and leave the courtroom at that time for obvious reasons when that fatal shot was fired. How's she doing? What does she want America to know?
Listen, she is doing as well as she can be under the circumstances. She was obviously very grateful that Bettina and I were there to just support her. You know, obviously I've been friends with her as long as she's known Charlie. And she's just a great person, a mother trying to get by, trying to, fulfill her husband's legacy. There's obviously a lot of sadness in all of this. I think there's a lot of frustration, frankly, that this could have ever happened. I mean, one of the things I did hear that was sort of shocking was that there were only 6 officers on duty on this campus event. No briefing beforehand, no real set game plan, and 6 officers for a Turning Point event. And anyone who's watched the news in the last decade or so would realize there'd be thousands of people on this campus. So I imagine there's some frustration with that, but I think she just wants justice. She's doing an incredible job just holding it together, given the circumstances and the sheer brutality of how this all happened, and frankly, some of the sheer noise that has come after her and attacked her and the organization and all of that. Which is, again, I've stayed quiet. I've supported her. We've talked regularly ever since. I haven't been that vocal because I haven't known what's real and what's not. But having literally been there in the room, seen the evidence with my own eyes, it's very clear to me that Tyler Robinson will be found guilty.
Back in court today, a couple hours from now.
Okay. All right, there we. You're muted.
Sorry. Way Homer, I see that you were mentioning an interview that Sean Hannity did on the plane, maybe with his wife. Was that in relation to like their reaction to the trial, or the hearing rather? Just curious. And so just to go back off of that Don Jr. interview, my tweet had essentially said, was he there to maybe intimidate or send a subtle, not so subtle message to all involved, especially to the judge, that, you're being watched all the way to the top? It really did take away ultimately a lot of seats from the public. I think he had 6 Secret Service agents with him, as I'm told, by folks that were in the courtroom. So very interesting.
Okay. We're still in recess. I thought this was going to be a 5-minute recess. Wow. So they still have one witness to get to for the defense. Hopefully, this one will be more effective than the last one, because the last one was very confusing, and hopefully they have a better lawyer run this one. But that should take us to lunch. And then after lunch, we should be done with that, and it looks like we might be back in session.
Okay, it's muted right now.
As everyone in attendance, when it comes to constitutional matters and balancing constitutional rights and transparency, this court will take the necessary time to make sure it's given the weight it deserves, and it is deserving of every moment that has been spent. Mr. Novak, turning to you. And perhaps before you begin, let me go ahead and make a record of what I noted that is at issue. And after I put this on the record, certainly if either side wishes to be heard about the court's understanding, I welcome your comments. Exhibit 24 was displayed on the monitor visible to the media camera. Exhibit 16 was displayed on all monitors and appeared on the live stream for approximately 3.5 seconds. The camera operator redirected camera before any party called attention to the display of Exhibit 16. Approximately 16 seconds later, the court observed the image and stated, "Let me stop you, Mr. McBride. I'm not sure. Is this being broadcast?" Mr. McBride responded, "Let's take that down." The full text of Exhibit 16 had previously been made public through a search warrant that was publicly available on or before April 2026. The portion displayed on the monitors did not contain the full note and consisted of approximately 78 words. Approximately 15 of those words were included in the information filed on September 16th, 2026. In addition, the full note was read into the record during the preliminary hearing. The court previously ordered that Exhibit 16 be admitted into evidence and permitted its display within the courtroom, but prohibited its publication through the camera used for the live stream. And that concludes the findings of the court as it relates to this issue. Do the parties wish to be heard before we go into what you're requesting about the record on what occurred?
Your Honor, your recitation is accurate. My earlier comments were based on my memory of reviewing this last night. In the recess, I reviewed the feed again, and what you have said today is accurate.
Thank you. Mr. Novak, any?
No, Your Honor, I don't take issue with the court's factual summary.
All right. Turning to you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to renew our request to exclude all electronic media coverage from all future proceedings. That was our motion docketed at number 305, and that included video cameras, still photography, and audio. This is the second time that the court's orders concerning the scope of electronic media coverage have been violated. I'm a baseball fan, and I just don't think the court needs to wait for the third strike. 2 strikes is enough. If I may, the alternative remedy, which we think is not wholly adequate, which is why we think it's an alternative and a less desirable alternative, is for this court to both reverse its prior order authorizing electronic media coverage of today's hearing, which we had previously filed an objection to after the court, I would say preliminarily granted the request for today. That was sort of the chain of events. And that the court proactively preclude electronic media coverage at the last day of the preliminary hearing, which will be September 1st. Now, I understand that there has not yet been a request for electronic media coverage for September 1st, but there is no doubt that there will be, just as this court previously observed that it wasn't prepared to preclude electronic media coverage at the preliminary hearing because there had not been any requests. There were requests, and those that were timely were all granted. The court denied one request because it was not timely for one particular day. So I guess the way it would be is any request for electronic media coverage of September 1st will be denied because that's the appropriate sanction for what happened yesterday. The fact that the content of the exhibit was previously summarized by the state in certain documents which became public because the state didn't take any actions to seal them beyond the 6-month period. The fact that the contents of the exhibit were read in open court is not the issue. The issue is when the court issues an order, everybody must comply with it, and there are reasons for the order. And the reasons, as this court stated, are to protect Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. So no doubt that the court balanced those prior ways in which the content of this exhibit had already been disclosed when the court decided that there would not be electronic media coverage. That's the fact that we have all known of that exhibit. That's a fact that we've all been aware of as we've gone along. So to summarize, and then I will stop because I know we still have a witness here, and of course the court needs to hear from the state and counsel for the media, I suspect, is we would like the court to reconsider its order denying motion 305 and grant it for the balance of all of the proceedings in this matter, or as an alternative, the court prohibit any further electronic media coverage of the preliminary hearing, which includes September 1st.
Thank you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you very, very much.
Turning to the state and then to the media.
Yes, Your Honor. As to the remedy, we've heard of instances where the media has been able to delay publication of the recordings of the proceedings. We've heard of instances where that has been a short delay of like 30 seconds. I've talked to the media attorney about this, and they do not have the capability to do that right now. My suggestion would be for future proceedings to order the media to look into that capability, and that would be a remedy that perhaps could be used in the future. I think that would be a satisfactory remedy to avoid this type of thing in the future. As to the other remedies requested, we have one witness. The final witness, well, the defense has one witness. That witness is a ATF DNA forensic biologist. And I assume that the exhibits that will be admitted through her will be of that nature. We've already, in fact, admitted the report that she is going to be testifying to. The reports, I should say, that's exhibits 30 and I believe 34. And so I don't think we have, and those have already been published. I don't think we have the same risks or, I'll just say risks with her testimony as we do with some of this other evidence that has already been admitted.
Thank you. To the media.
In a proceeding like this, the parties in the court and the media are working together to learn and to refine their processes. I hear Mr. Novak's remarks about challenges that we've run into in the past. I recall, it hasn't been that long ago, a time when the camera was placed in a location in the courtroom that was causing challenges. The court moved it. When there were challenges with aspects of the court's ruling, the court reiterated those, and those processes improved. We are getting better at this. Media is on board and recognizes the court's obligation and its significant efforts to balance the interests here. In light of the court's ruling, including its recognition that the media operator in this case beat almost all of us to the punch, right? And saw what was happening on the screen and moved away as quickly as they could. We believe that the procedures that the court currently has in place, even if they don't, every moment of every hearing deliver the result that we are intending to deliver. Those processes are working. I don't believe that a further adjustment, much less a sanction, much less a revisitation of something that says, let's keep every photographer, every camera out of this courtroom for every proceeding. In light of the court's well-reasoned and exhaustive rulings after a long briefing on all of this, the court is currently balancing these interests correctly. And we therefore ask the court to allow the parties to recognize that the time we're dedicating this morning represents a reiteration of the importance of these principles. The media and the parties all recognize that. We'll continue to endeavor at all times to do all that we can to ensure that those are adhered to, and let the parties go forward under the current procedures without further order or sanction by the court.
Thank you. Any further arguments before the court issues its ruling?
No, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. And just updating my notes as I'm intending to issue this ruling right now. I'm just making sure that I'm capturing all the points made in the argument right now.
For once, it's not Kelly's keyboard that we can hear typing.
Guilty as charged. I'm ready to get back to my home setup.
Yeah. You'll be back home tomorrow. I do want to announce, this is completely off topic, but I already showed the live stream for a few seconds there. If you follow SpaceX Starship at all, they just did a pretty cool static fire. It was pretty successful. So,
But don't leave our stream to go watch it.
Oh no, it broke. Oh, I have to. Okay, wait. How do I make this something else? Can I not make this something else? I can't make it something else.
There, you tried to download it.
We still have the main stream pulled up. Here it is.
I saw someone mention a little while ago a kind of a factoid that I had shared recently, that Don Jr. had published Charlie Kirk's books. And so I thought, well, we've got a couple moments. Oh, I didn't realize you were streaming that. Okay.
Or do you want to see it?
No, I want to finish talk. I want to talk about this on top issue.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so who publishes Charlie Kirk's books? Yes, it's Winning Team Publishing, and that is co-founded by Don Trump Jr., includes multiple TPUSA branded titles. So Sergio Gore and Don Trump Jr. created this publishing house in 2021. Now, Sergio Gore, you may recall, he is an ambassador to, I can't remember now, but Erica did appear at the White House during his like swearing in ceremony in the Oval Office. If you guys recall, I remember she had her hair down like super long. She leans over, Trump gives her like a kiss on the cheek. It was kind of strange. She said a few words like, "Oh, Charlie, you know how much Charlie cared about you. He would love to be here," something along those lines. So Winning Team Publishing has published several authors connected to MAGA politics, including Charlie Kirk, Jeanine Pirro, and she's on Fox News, former judge, Carrie Lake, and Donald Trump himself. And so the Winning Team Publishing published Kirk's 2022 Higher Education Critique 2024 Culture/Wokeism book, and then the most recent December 2025 Spiritual/Personal Growth book, all marketed heavily to the TPUSA audience. Let's see. And then also just add that earlier books that Charlie published, like Campus Battlefield and the MAGA Doctrine, were with other publishers. But the latter, more tightly branded TPUSA style works, are now exclusively through Winning Team.
Issue its ruling on the request by defense. The constitutional rights of Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk are paramount. Although transparency in judicial proceedings is a fundamental interest, it must be balanced against the constitutional rights of all parties. Having considered the arguments presented by counsel and having reviewed the events that occurred yesterday, the court finds that its order prohibiting the publication or broadcast of Exhibit 16 by the media camera was violated. The court agrees with the defense this constituted a violation of the court's order. Compliance with court orders is essential in all proceedings and is of particular importance given the nature of these proceedings. With respect to defense's request as a sanction that the court reverse its ruling on defense motion 305, motion to exclude cameras, the request is respectfully denied. The analysis underlying the court's prior ruling remains unchanged, and the court adheres to its reasoning and conclusions. With respects to the defense's alternative request as a sanction to prohibit all cameras and electronic equipment from today's proceedings, thereby preventing the electronic capture of the proceedings for those inside and outside of the courtroom, the request is granted in part and denied in part. Effective immediately, members of the media shall no longer capture or broadcast any exhibits displayed by the parties during today's proceedings. The court finds this sanction to be proportional and appropriate in light of the violation of the court's prior order. The court reserves this sanction as it relates to September 1st. It is not before the court. There has not been a request for electronic media coverage, and the court won't issue a pre-ruling. When it becomes, that request has been filed and all the deadlines which the court has imposed in regards to the MC filing are in place, if motions are filed, the court will entertain motions in brief argument ahead of the September 1st hearing and address it at that time. This is the ruling of the court. Thank you. Turning to the defense, if you wish, you may call your next witness.
We would like the benefit of the record before we start taking evidence today.
Yes, Mr. Gernander, and I'll allow all parties, given the ruling of the court, briefly.
And I'll be brief. And this is in relation to the continued taking of evidence today. And I'll start my statement, Judge, with something that was very insightful that you said the other day. You mentioned, and I quote, "Sometimes you need to take time to save time," close quote. And so that's my purpose for standing up here this morning. We have spent the better part of a day, a little over 5 hours, I believe, hearing from witnesses that the defense has called at this preliminary hearing. And no doubt the defense is entitled to call witnesses at a preliminary hearing as allowed by the rules. But I think it's important that the court remind all parties about the purpose of this hearing. This is a probable cause hearing, as Your Honor has repeatedly stated. The defense has invoked the term reliability many times. And the court, frankly, has found the evidence that's been admitted, the testimony. As a gatekeeper, the court has found it reliable. It's been presented. The exhibits have been found reliable. So any questions of additional reliability are really questions of credibility of the witness and weighing of the evidence. And that is not really what this court engages in at the probable cause standard. And so this is all couched in the context of a likely forthcoming standing objection that the state may lodge if the testimony is long and drawn out and exceeds the scope of the preliminary hearing, gets into areas of a 702 hearing, possibly even trial. We will lodge this objection, but I wanted to just simply state the authority, Judge, behind our objection if we do make that. As your court is well aware, the magistrate at this stage of the case must view the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution. And that's cited to in a number of Utah cases, to include State v. Schmidt. Schmidt continues, "This means that when reasonable inferences from the evidence cut both for and against the state's case, the magistrate lacks the discretion to choose between them and must leave such a determination to the fact finder at trial." A few other cases I would like to refer the court to. State v. Pledger, which is a Utah 1995 Supreme Court case. Speaking of this standard, the court says, "The standard bars the magistrate from requiring the prosecution to address or even eliminate alternative inferences that could be drawn from the evidence in favor of the defense." So even assuming the defense scores points today in calling these witnesses, again, the court cannot really weigh those in favor of the defense. State v. Hester, which is a Utah Court of Appeals case 2000, where there is conflicting evidence, quote, "The magistrate may not sift or weigh the evidence, but must leave those tasks to the fact finder at trial." Of course, we're not at trial yet. State v. Virgin, a Utah 2006 Supreme Court case, indicates that a magistrate may only disregard evidence at a preliminary hearing if it is, quote, "so contradictory, inconsistent, or unbelievable that it is unreasonable to base belief of an element of the prosecution's claim on that evidence." There's a State v. Drozbecki case, which is a Utah Court of Appeals case 2010. Magistrates may only disregard or discredit evidence that is wholly lacking and incapable of creating a reasonable inference regarding a portion of the prosecution's claim, but must leave all the weighing of credible but conflicting evidence to the trier of fact. And finally, State v. Lopez, a Utah 2020 Supreme Court case. Speaking of this probable cause standard at a preliminary hearing, the court said, "Under this low bar, it may be difficult for the defense to overcome a prima facie showing of probable cause." Even an alleged victim's recantations may sometimes be insufficient, given that the magistrate must view all evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution and draw all reasonable inferences in favor of the prosecution, close quote. Judge, Your Honor has heard 4 days of testimony now. The evidence is overwhelming. It's devastating. And the question needs to be asked, the purpose of continuing with testimony if it's long and drawn out. Of course, the defense has the right to call witnesses, but it needs to be within the context of this preliminary hearing. So again, we may be lodging a standing objection of relevance and exceeding the scope of this hearing. That's my record.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Do other parties wish to be heard as it relates to Mr. Grunander's statement? To the defense?
I'm not sure what was being requested by Mr. Grunlander. As I indicated to the court during the testimony of the last witness, we had discussion with the state prior to the start. We had a scheduled date for the court to rule on objections. And the purpose of that hearing was so that we wouldn't have to fly witnesses out from the East Coast if there was going to be a standing objection. Prior to that hearing taking place, the state contacted us after they had participated in interviews of Ms. Oliver and the other experts, and indicated to us, and we indicated to the court, that there was going to be no standing objection to the testimony of these witnesses. So if he's lodging a standing objection now, I think he's waived it, or he should be stopped from asserting it given the circumstances. I didn't hear that he was asserting that, and I intend to keep this next witness focused on the issue that I think is relevant, which is the state presented DNA reports through a non-expert. They selectively read into the record a portion of those reports, which left an extremely misleading impression of the significance of that evidence. So I have the author of the report here, and I'm going to hopefully educate the court on what the limitations are of the report, and that's it. I hope to be done with the witness by noon, direct and cross, and that will be the end of it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Burt. And before I have you call the witness, just want to make sure that the media had I'm not sure if the media needs to be heard on Mr. Grunander's response. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Burt, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Call Miss Oliver.
Ms. Oliver, if you'd like to come forward and be sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, ma'am, you may be seated. And there's a water bottle to your left if you wish. And after you're seated, if you wouldn't mind adjusting that microphone, bringing it close to you to pick up your testimony from today. Mr. Burt, your witness.
Thank you. Could you tell us your name, please?
Caitlin Oliver, Oliver.
And Miss Oliver, could you bring that mic a little bit closer? So I want to make sure your voice is projected. Thank you. What do you do for a living?
I work for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives as a DNA section chief.
And how long have you held that position?
I've been a section chief since January, and I've worked with the ATF for about 9 years. Prior to that, I was a forensic biologist.
And where were you a forensic biologist before you started to work for the ATF?
Prior to the ATF, I worked for Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office in New Orleans, Louisiana, as a DNA analyst and a DNA quality manager.
Back in September of 2025, what were your duties and responsibilities?
I was a forensic biologist.
And do you recall that around September 11th, you received a request to do some DNA work at the request of the state of Utah?
Yes.
Could we display State's Exhibit 30, which is in evidence?
I think they're muting the audio on purpose, so we're just waiting for them to come back. And unfortunately, they have the same lawyer doing it again today. So this might be another slow one. So we didn't see Erica come in today, right?
No, I did not see her come in, and I don't have confirmation yet of if she is inside. She may.
I don't think the judge said hi to her like he normally does. So.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so. I don't remember, but I do remember him saying that in past ones. But the parents were.
Yes, we definitely saw the parents come in. And then also we've seen all week two blonde ladies who usually arrive at the same time the parents do. One younger, probably in her 30s, and then the other maybe 50s. So anyway, not exactly sure who that couple is. I had heard local media today try to ask them, but they didn't engage.
Yeah, they entered through the underground tunnels like a true ground mole. No, that is actually incorrect. Erica Kirk does not experience traffic like the rest of us does. She's above it. She probably has her private jet fly directly to the courthouse.
Drop her off overhead.
This person is saying that he did address Miss Kirk, so maybe she is there and I just missed it.
Okay.
Or she has the helicopter take her from the airport to the roof of the courthouse. That could work as well. That is also up to her standards.
And for those wondering, I think Christy, our mod, had accidentally muted Flake, and I'm trying to figure out how to undo that. It was not intentional. So if anyone is in contact with Flake, please let them know.
Was that on your channel?
Yes.
Huh. Oh, I think I can show you because I showed this in the stream. I think I can show you real fast.
So I'm under the community moderation and then user management and then hidden users, but I don't see.
Oh, so you're already there. Okay.
Yeah, but maybe they have a different name.
Paragraph D, admitted paragraph F.
It's
You
hard
state
to
F,
see.
based on this calculation, there is evidentiary support for the inclusion of Tyler Robinson, correct? As a possible contributor.
Correct.
Mr. Burt, I just want to interrupt.
Sure.
I was made aware of a question about the media as it reflects this order. So the question was whether audio could be transmitted, and my ruling covered the video display of any exhibits. And so I just want to make sure that's the understanding of all the parties, that the audio of your portion discussing evidence is that you understand that that's going to be captured by the camera and displayed, but not any exhibits displayed. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding of the court's ruling, yes.
And to the state, and to the media. Well, that's why I give my notation to begin the morning that the parties are responsible to monitor their monitors, and that's there because they're entitled to view it, but they're responsible to ensure that the monitors, as the camera is picking up the courtroom, it's directed not to focus on the monitors, but inevitable capture may occur, and that's why that instruction is given. I don't understand what you're saying.
It's not being published on this one.
Right, the order of the court based as a sanction is no exhibits will be displayed. As it stands right now, yes, that's correct. Okay, please approach the lectern.
Your Honor, it's just hard for the victim's family to be able to follow the evidence if everyone but the victim's family is able to view the exhibits here in court.
Thank you, I appreciate your concern. This monitor is not on either. So it's only attorneys. The attorneys have a right to view what exhibits are being displayed, to make their motions, objections, and to see it. It is the court's discretion on what's displayed in the courtroom for publication, and the court issued a sanction given the events of yesterday, and that's the court's ruling.
Your Honor, I just asked the court to consider the victim has the right to be present, obviously, at the hearing. And the presence without being able to see the exhibits, again, it's our position, is not meaningful.
Thank you. I appreciate your concerns. Mr. Burke.
Could you redisplay Exhibit 30, please? And again, while he's doing that, that same conclusion where you include the language, go back to that page, please, 5. Use the term, there is evidentiary support and possible contributor. I want to focus your attention on the words evidentiary support. We've had a prior witness testify that from the FBI testified that they use a scale and they characterize the support along the lines of strong. Are you familiar with that type of a scale?
Yes.
Does your agency employ that scale?
We can come to 5 conclusions at our agency. So there can either be exclusion, limited support for exclusion, uninformative, limited support for inclusion, and support for inclusion.
And I take it from what you just said, you don't use these qualifiers strongly. The word strongly include things of that nature.
Yes, we don't use a verbal scale at our laboratory.
Is that a scientific phrase when you talk about instead of saying that there's support for an inclusion, you instead say there is strong support for the conclusion?
So our laboratory doesn't use a verbal scale due to the fact that they add subjective words to the front of this word support. It is our stance that the likelihood ratio statistic, the number stands on its own. So we report the likelihood ratio and either support for inclusion or support for exclusion.
Thank you. Would you go to page 8 of the report and highlight the very top of the first 2 sentences? You included this language in your report, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you included this language in all 3 of your reports, referring to the conclusions conform with the relevant Department of Justice policy on uniform language.
That's correct.
Right. And why do you include that language in all 3 of your reports?
It's standard language for our reports. Our reports adhere to the DOJ Ultra statement.
Okay. And could you go now to Exhibit Oliver 4 for the witness only? Not admitted yet. Are you familiar with this document, the Department of Justice Uniform Language for Testimony and Reports for Forensic Autosomal DNA Examination using probabilistic genotyping systems?
Yes, I am.
Right. And would you go to page 4 of that document, please? And the court has heard some prior testimony about this Department of Justice directive. What is ATF's, what is your understanding of what the qualifications and limitations are that are required by this policy of the Department of Justice? What are you not supposed to be saying in connection with the reports that you wrote in this case?
There's There's a few things that the Ultra document states. First, it states if you use a verbal scale, which we do not, then you need to use the one dictated in the document. This isn't an effort that says that we cannot
Am I back? I can't hear you, but I think I'm back. I lost Wi-Fi for some reason.
Oh, okay. I'm here.
nor can we state that there
Do that in any of your reports, correct?
correct.
You're not asserting anything with respect to any reasonable degree,
Correct.
correct? Now, when, you can take that down. When did you first receive the assignment in this case?
I would have to refer to my case record to know the exact date.
Do you have those in front of you?
I do not.
Okay, let me pull up Oliver 3 for the witness only. And go to the, does that third page help refresh your? You receive permission from someone to consume any samples in the case?
Yes, I did.
And could you go to page 15 of those case notes, please? Again, for the witness only. Do you recognize this email?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell me what the email is and what information it conveyed to you in connection with your examination?
Yeah, so it's standard procedure at our laboratory that when we receive a case, we request permission to consume from the agent. We request that they reach out to an attorney if one is assigned. In this case, we will not begin any work on the case until we've received that permission to consume. So this email is us receiving permission to consume the samples and move forward with testing.
Now, does your policy have, does your lab have a policy for preserving samples for independent testing by the defense?
Where possible, we will not consume samples where it's possible.
And that policy is a longstanding one, not only in your lab, but pretty much everywhere in forensic DNA analysis, right?
That's correct.
Goes back to 1996, does it not, when the National NRC recommended a policy that samples be split wherever possible at the front end of the analysis to allow for independent examination.
Where possible, yes, that's correct.
Right, and they did that because it was their conclusion, was it not, that a wrongfully accused person's best insurance against a possibility of being falsely incriminated is the opportunity to have the testing repeated. such an opportunity should be provided whenever feasible.
Correct.
Okay. Could you now go back to Exhibit 30? Page 8. Were certain DNA samples consumed in your analysis?
Yes, they were.
And for the record, are those listed on page 8 of your report?
Yes, they are.
Which samples were entirely consumed in your analysis?
That would be exhibits 1.4, 1.6, 1.9, 1.10, 1.12, 2.1, 3.1, 4.1, and 5.1.
Okay. Then are there a number of samples listed above there in the report where you say the DNA extracts will be retained? And then you list 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.5, 1.7, 1.8, 1.13, 7.1, and 8.1.
Correct.
Does that mean that those are all swab samples, correct?
They were swabs, yes.
All right. Does your report mean that you consume the swabs, but you have some liquid extract remaining as to those samples?
Correct.
Now, are all of the samples, let's talk about the samples in Plaintiff's Exhibit 30. Were all of the samples you looked at there mixed samples?
I refer to my tables in my report.
Sure. Go to page 2, please.
And can we go to page 3 and 4?
3 and 4, please.
With the exception of the known samples from the known individual, that was a single source sample, but otherwise the evidence samples were all mixtures.
And in many cases, they were mixtures of sometimes 4 and 5 people, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you look at mixtures, such as the ones in this case, you use terms like major and minor contributor, right?
Correct.
Is that language meant to convey that anything with respect to activity of anybody who might be assigned to that DNA weight? In other words, are you saying the person you label as a major contributor was engaged in any sort of activity? Is there any connection between the use of that language and activity?
None of the testing that I performed could speak to activity or what activity led to the deposition of the DNA.
So nothing in your report, if somebody reads that and says, oh, this one says this person is a major contributor, you're not commenting on anything about the person's activity, correct?
Correct.
And is it true also that there are also several other limitations concerning the language of your report that it's important for courts and people who are reading the report to understand?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Are there other limitations in addition to the one we just reviewed that it's important to understand about the language you use in your report?
In terms, is there something specific that you're?
Yeah, there is. Could you go to Baker Exhibit 30, page 1, for the witness only? Are you familiar with this publication?
Yes.
This is a publication by the National Institute of Standards and Technology called Forensic DNA Interpretation and Human Factors.
Correct.
This is put together as a guidance document for practitioners on what to simplify, essentially what to say and what not to say.
I don't know that I would call it a guidance document. NIST is not a regulatory body for DNA testing. It was a report that looked into forensic DNA reporting and specific human factors that could affect our testing. So they may have had recommendations, but as far as them being a regulatory body that's issuing guidelines, I wouldn't state that.
Okay, that's fine. Could you go to 136, please? $136. This is Baker 30. Keep going. There we go, right there. Wait, 135, I'm sorry. And then scroll down to the next page. So they're making recommendations here as to how the report should be worded, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you whether you agree with some of these limitations, or they call them caveats. They talk about how you describe the number of contributors, and they say the true number of contributors of DNA to an item can never be known. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. They also say, let me ask one question before I ask this one, which is, do you use something called a reporting cap in all three of your reports?
Yes, so for our likelihood ratio statistics, we cap the statistic at 1 trillion. The actual number could be a lot higher. It could be quintillion, octillion. We chose 1 trillion because it has meaning, I think, to people that can understand what 1 trillion is. An octillion and a quintillion gets a little high at that point, so we cap at 1 trillion.
And they talk here, do they not, about how you convey the idea of a reporting cap? And they say the LR reporting cap was chosen because of the limitation of biostatistical modeling and independence assumptions of STR loci. Do you agree that that's why the cap is chosen?
I believe we chose our cap for the reason I stated.
Do you disagree with that statement in terms of why the cap is chosen?
I'm not familiar with the paper that's referenced there, so I would have to familiarize myself before I said I agreed or disagreed.
Fair enough. And then they also suggest that you alert in your report that profile descriptors cannot be applied to activity level issues. Do you agree with that?
Yes, so this is what you were stating about calling a major contributor. It doesn't speak to the activity that led to the DNA deposition.
Right. DNA profiles may be described as major, minor. However, these descriptors should not be interpreted in the context of a decision regarding the nature or the mechanisms, actions, or timing that led to the deposition of the DNA. You agree with that?
Correct, yes.
All right. And then the other sort of limitation, convey that the DNA results cannot be interpreted as the analyst providing an opinion regarding who the source of the DNA is.
Yes, so this is once again, we don't make source attribution statements. We will say there's support for inclusion, and then we back up that with a statistic.
So from a scientific standpoint, you couldn't read the paragraph that sets out the likelihood ratio in your report, whatever the number, and then blast a headline in the media, Mr. Robinson's DNA is found on this item. That's a source attribution, is it not?
Correct, yes.
And that would not be scientifically defensible, would it?
Correct.
Okay. Another limitation they talk about on likelihood ratios on the next page, please, 137. Likelihood ratios cannot speak to the likelihood of a proposition, only to the probability of the results given a pair of propositions. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Explain that, because that's a little above my pay grade in terms of understanding.
So a likelihood ratio statistic compares the probability of the DNA profile of the evidence given two competing hypotheses or two competing scenarios. Typically, the first is that the person of interest is included, and then the exclusionary hypothesis would be that the person of interest is excluded. So there's a random, unknown, unrelated individual contributing.
And when they're elaborating on that point, they say a likelihood ratio indicates if and to what extent the DNA analysis results support one proposition over another. It is not possible on this basis alone to determine which is the most probable proposition. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next limitation they suggest you convey is that convey the DNA statistics cannot imply uniqueness within a population. Do you agree that that's a legitimate limitation?
Yes.
And explain what that means. Does that go back to the issue of source? You can't assign a source to a DNA sample?
Correct.
Okay. It says you should delineate the meaning of a verbal qualifier, but you didn't use one in this case, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that your testing cannot, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't mischaracterize it. Your testing, none of the testing in any of the three reports can answer the question of how and when DNA got deposited. Is that true?
That is true. DNA can't speak to the activity that led to the deposition of the DNA.
And the report says, with regard to that issue, with the increased sensitivity of DNA techniques and sophisticated software, a DNA profile may be developed even when the contributor of that DNA never touched the item or area that was swapped. Alternatively, a person's DNA may be present when they were not involved in the crime. Do you agree with that?
Yes. Once again, I cannot speak to the activity.
Can you explain how it's possible that a DNA profile may be developed even when the contributor of that DNA never touched the item or area that was swapped?
So it's possible if, say, the pen that you're sitting there using for the week, you say hand it off to the judge, and the judge then touches it for a period of time, and then I swab it. It doesn't speak to who handled it last. I could test that. I could get both of your profiles. I wouldn't know which person was the last person to handle that item.
All right. And similarly, if you had a lot of DNA on your hand, we shook hands. I then went to pick up an exhibit, a gun. I touched the trigger of it. Your DNA could be on that trigger, right?
It is possible, yes.
Okay, even though you never touched the gun.
Yes.
And that's why, because of those possibilities, you can't make any assessment of how or when DNA got deposited, correct?
Correct.
How long can DNA persist on an item?
DNA is quite stable over time. It can be broken down due to environmental insults. So things like heat and humidity are known to break down DNA over time. But I couldn't give you an exact number.
Were certain of the samples that you tested in this case degraded samples?
There was degradation present in some of the samples.
And what can cause degradation?
Like I said, there's environmental insults, heat, humidity.
Now, the second report that you wrote had to do with a Dremel item that was taken from Mr. Robinson's home.
Correct.
And did you request certain what are called elimination samples in regard to items that were recovered from his home?
Yes.
Tell the court what an elimination sample is as opposed to a sample that relates to what's called a POI, person of interest.
So an elimination sample is a sample taken from a known individual that it may be assumed that they could have come into contact with it. If I were to say swab your vehicle, then I would want your DNA sample as an elimination to eliminate you in order to look for any additional DNA that may be there.
And you say they're assumed contributors because depending upon the location, for instance, somebody's house, you would expect if there were multiple people in that house that perhaps everybody in the house could contribute to a certain DNA result.
It's possible.
So you'd want samples from all those folks to see if they contributed to an item that would be associated with a place where they congregated.
Correct.
And I noticed from your case file that you also requested, but I don't think you received, elimination samples from agents who were involved in this case.
Correct.
Why do you request those samples?
The type of testing we perform is quite sensitive. And so it is a standard practice that we request elimination samples from any of the investigators involved in order to potentially eliminate them in case they could have contaminated the evidence.
Okay. Now, in report number 157, if you could bring that up, please. Oliver 157, which has been admitted. The elimination samples that you requested in connection with items seized from Mr. Robinson's apartment were from Amber Robinson, Matthew Robinson, and Lance Twiggs, correct?
Correct.
And that's because you had information that those people were associated with the house.
Correct.
And when you tested or compared, first of all, you determined their DNA types, right?
Correct.
Then you compared their types to what you found on the evidence.
Correct.
And for a certain number of those samples, you found the presence of DNA of your elimination samples, not because they were suspects, but because they were associated with the premises, right?
There was support for inclusion of some of these individuals, yes.
Okay. And if you could scroll down to page 4, which is the table, I just want to review briefly with you. For instance, item number 1.4, which was a swab from the rifle. You used the elimination sample of Mr. Robinson's father, and you found his DNA on that particular swab, correct?
I would say there's support for inclusion of Matthew Robinson on the sample obtained from the swabs of the bolt of the rifle.
I'm glad you pointed that out. That's, again, consistent with your other testimony. You're talking again about support for inclusion as a possible contributor.
Correct. And
Again, not because he's a suspect, but because he's associated with that premise.
correct. And there would have been a likelihood ratio statistic calculated and to go along with that.
Okay. Could you go to the next page? Similarly, with respect to 1.6, you found, again, Matthew Robinson on swap number 1.6, or a profile that indicated he was a possible contributor.
There's support for inclusion of Matthew Robinson.
Okay. And next page, actually go 2 page to page 7. You found support for inclusion of Lance Twiggs on swabs of buttons of a Dremel tool, correct?
Correct.
And going back to what we were talking about before, if a person named Lance Twiggs lived in that residence, came into contact with Tyler Robinson, and then touched a button on a Dremel tool, you'd expect Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs's DNA to be on there, right? Or you could.
It's reasonable to assume that anyone living in the household could have contributed to DNA on an object found in that household.
And similarly, you found profiles to suggest support for inclusion of Mr. Twiggs on other areas of the Dremel tool, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the last area I want to ask you about is, you're familiar with something called NGS?
Yes.
What is NGS?
NGS stands for Next Generation Sequencing. It's a DNA technique that sequences your DNA. So it looks at the individual sequence of your DNA.
And is it true that in your field, that whole area of NGS is something that's at the forefront of everybody's attention? For instance, when you go to seminars and you look at the presentations, there's a lot of talk about NGS, right?
That's correct. Yes, it's a newer technique.
And is it being developed by ATF as a technique that's going to be used or has been used?
Not at this time, no.
And is there plans to do that?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Do you know if other labs have implemented it?
I believe there may be some laboratories in the United States that have it in use, but I wouldn't have direct knowledge of that.
Now, you used a program in this case called STR Mix, correct?
Correct.
And that's sold by a company in New Zealand, that software?
Correct.
Have they developed another program called STR Mix NGS?
I'm not aware of NGS software.
Could you go to 156, Oliver 156? Let me know when you're there. Are you aware that the developers are selling a product called STR Mix NGS?
I was not aware, no.
Okay. Now, sequencing analysis is different than what you did in this case, correct?
Correct.
And how so?
As I said, sequencing is looking at the individual sequence, the individual bases that make up your DNA, as opposed to the testing that I'm performing, which is looking at length variations. So STR testing, which is the testing I perform, looks at areas of the DNA that are known to be highly variable between individuals. And there are areas where the DNA sequence repeats itself over and over again. And depending on who you are as an individual, you may have a different number of repeats present at that location. So the testing we're performing is looking at those length variations. There's a distinction between, say, if you have 10 repeats versus 12 repeats.
But you're not looking within those lengths to see what the sequence of the DNA is.
Correct.
And that's what this new technology is designed to look at.
Correct.
And the reason it's designed to look at that is because it's been found that there are DNA areas that are different in sequence, even though they're the same length. Is that true?
I think the reason for developing NGS software is to add another tool to a forensic biologist tool belt.
Okay. Now, could you go to 154, please, for the witness only? You're familiar with this chart?
Yes.
Okay, this lists all the alleles that you found for all the testing in your 3 analysis, correct?
No, it looks like
No, you were right, 154. Yeah, this is one. What's the exhibit on this? Okay. You're familiar with this chart, right?
I reviewed the first page of this chart. I have
Sure.
not reviewed the
Go
entire
to the
thing.
first page. This lists the alleles that you found, correct?
For the known samples, yes.
Okay, now go to the second page. And is it true that for the alleles of interest in this case, one of the alleles of interest is at the D3 location, allele 17?
One of the locations that we look at on the DNA strand is called D3. That's a location, yes.
Right, and in this case, the 17 allele is important because Mr. Robinson had a 17 allele, correct?
Correct.
And some of the evidence had a 17 allele
Correct.
at that location.
Correct.
So as I understand the way you do this, you look and compare whether those are the same number, basically.
I wouldn't state that's how we do our comparison. So it's not just number matching. We're using STRmix, the StarMix software, in order to perform an analysis of the software that looks at the possibilities for a DNA profile and make comparison to the knowns that way. We aren't using a chart and just doing number matching.
Yeah, and I wasn't suggesting you did, but you're looking at the alleles and measuring the peaks, and it's a fairly sophisticated process, correct?
Correct.
But the bottom line is you're comparing alleles one against another.
Correct.
So if a person is a 1717 and the evidence sample is a 1717, you're looking at that comparison.
Correct.
And again, measuring only length.
Correct.
But it's true, is it not, that researchers have found that that particular allele, the D317 allele, that there are actually 3 different 17s, 17A, 17B, 17C.
Yeah, so there's something known as isoalleles. What that is you may have, in this case, a 17 allele, but the sequence within that 17 allele is different. So 2 people may have a 17, but they may have a different sequence within their 17 allele.
And it's been found that there is a 17A, a 17B, and a 17C, correct?
Objection, relevance to the probable cause hearing. At this point, I think we've once again gone beyond probable cause, and based on Mr. Grunlander's argument, I would invoke his argument here and the case law that he referenced, and I object to this question.
Let me withdraw the question, reframe it, and move beyond it.
All right, so I'll sustain the objection. It will be reframed and we'll go from there.
It's true, is it not, that at least 1, 2, 3, 5 of the locations of interest in this case, researchers have found that the alleles that you were looking at, these isoalleles, have different sequences but the same length.
Objection, relevance. The witness has testified she does not do sequencing analysis here, and that's what the question is asking, is about sequencing analysis.
Counsel?
The point, though, is that her testing cannot distinguish between these isoalleles, and therefore it goes to the weight of the comparisons.
But if she didn't do that,
Yeah, that's the point, is that she didn't do it, and therefore she's not in a position to draw conclusions.
Mr. McBride?
That proffer is inaccurate, that she's not able to draw conclusions because she did not do NGS or sequencing analysis. She has testified that her lab and the analysis she did here is not sequencing analysis, it's something different. Whether or not she could do sequencing analysis is irrelevant to the analysis that she did do. If Mr. Burt wants to call an expert to say sequencing analysis is better or something like that, that's fine. But this expert does not do sequencing analysis. Therefore, the line of questioning that goes into sequencing analysis is irrelevant to her testimony.
Let me see if I could lay a further foundation.
All right, so I'm going to sustain the objection. And the question may be re-asked if counsel chooses.
When you do your analysis using length only, do you go by the rule that if any STR locus fails to match when comparing the genotypes between two or more samples, then the comparison of profiles between the question and reference sample is usually declared a non-match regardless of how many other loci match?
No, it's not quite that simple. What you're speaking of is an exclusion, is that correct?
Yeah, right.
So it's possible for DNA evidence we spoke about, it's possible that DNA evidence be degraded. In a case like that, there may be the potential that some of the profile has what we call dropped out. So it's not present. In that case, we wouldn't expect necessarily to have a inclusion or exclusion at that location because there's no information present there. So it's not quite as simple as is every allele in this chart present in the evidence. There's more to it than that.
If you had a difference in sequence between a known and a question across many loci, would you exclude the person?
It depends.
Again, objection, Your Honor. We're going back into sequencing, which is not the analysis that was done in this case.
Mr. Burt.
Again, Your Honor, if there could be an exclusion based on this and the testing was not done, I think that is relevant.
But as it relates to this witness and her firsthand knowledge, I'm not seeing that tie-in as it relates to her.
All right, let me move on then.
So I'll sustain the objection.
Now, you said that all the samples you looked at in that one report were mixtures, correct?
Correct.
And the number you get in the likelihood ratio depends on how many contributors you estimate, right? The number is going to vary if you say I think it's a mixture of 2 people versus I think it's a mixture of 5 people.
It's not necessarily the number of contributors. The likelihood ratio speaks to the weight of the evidence. And so it's comparing known individuals to the unknown sample. It could be a low number and be a single source sample. It could be a high number and be a 4-person mixture. It's not necessarily directly correlated with the number of contributors.
Let me ask you if you agree with this. This is from the NIST mixture study. An likelihood ratio numeric value is not a measurement of a physical quantity. Do you agree with that?
Correct.
Rather, it is a ratio of probabilities in the opinion of the expert assessing the likelihood ratio and is dependent on the specific propositions used to formulate it and also on the individual making the assessment.
Correct. Yes, I agree.
And does the final likelihood ratio depend on the number of contributors you assume?
No, it does not.
It has no effect whatsoever.
It can have an effect. It's possible. It's possible multiple other factors could contribute to the likelihood ratio.
Is it somehow difficult to figure out how many contributors there are in a sample?
I guess I would say that I use my my training, education, and experience in order to determine the number of contributors present in a profile.
I noticed throughout your report, you use the phrase, for instance, with regard to the 1.2 sample, the profile consistent with at least five contributors, at least one of which is male. And for 1.1, you say the profile is consistent with at least 4 contributors. I assume by the word at least, you're signaling that it could be more.
Correct.
And as the number of people to a mixture increases, the difficulty in sorting out that mixture increases as well, correct?
Correct.
I noticed in your standard operating procedure, there's some guidance on interpreting 3-person mixtures. Familiar with that, right?
Yes.
And it says, and correct me if I'm wrong, approximately 70% of 4-person mixtures present as 2 or 3 person mixtures based solely on number of alleles present?
It's possible for them to present, yes.
Well, it doesn't say it's possible. It says, for example, approximately in all cases, assuming a mixture as a result of the combination of 3 people must be done with caution. For example, approximately 70% of 4-person mixtures present as 2 or 3 person mixtures based solely on number of alleles present.
You said you're referencing my SOP?
Yes,
Is it possible for me to take a look at?
sure.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. The point that defense counsel is getting at is made in the last answer, which is the difficulty of sorting out mixtures increases as the number of contributors increases. That's all understood, but that has nothing to do with the probable cause determination. Even if it's difficult, the inferences and the evidence is weighed in favor of the state. The court cannot weigh the difficulty in determining this evidence. Is it fair for a trier of fact at a jury? Sure it is. But we're now getting into weight issues that are relevant for a jury, but not for this court.
Well, he's implying this is going to be an extended discussion. I have one question which he wants to look at her manual to make sure it's in there. So, and then I'm done.
All right, I'll allow this question, so I'll
Thank you.
overrule the objection. She may review the material and
So could you bring up
question could be rephrased.
one exhibit, Oliver 148? This is your SOP document, correct?
Correct.
And then go to page 83. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And so it's true, is it not, that approximately 70% of 4-person mixtures present as 2 or 3-person mixtures?
It's possible.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. We've been going for a bit, and depending on how much cross, I'm trying to decide if a break is warranted or if, Mr. McBride, you wish your cross is limited. Again, not trying to say which way you should go. I'm just trying to weigh whether we should take a break.
I will probably be, I'll probably be 20 minutes.
All right, let's just keep going, and then at that point, we can take a break. Thank you, Mr. McBride.
Good morning.
Morning.
Is your lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
What does that mean?
So our laboratory goes through a voluntary accreditation process where a external third party comes in and audits our laboratory to a set of standards. Specifically, the ATF laboratory is accredited, and specifically the DNA section of the ATF laboratory is accredited to 2 sets of standards. One is an international set of standards called ISO 17025 for testing laboratories. And additionally, a DNA-specific set of standards put forth by the FBI.
Does the accreditation require that the methodologies you use be validated?
Yes.
The methodologies used in this case have been accepted by courts across the country, correct?
Correct.
Does the accreditation require that forensic biologists like yourself satisfy certain qualification standards?
Yes, we're required to perform competency testing prior to participating in casework. And additionally, we participate in twice a year proficiency testing.
And do you satisfy the competency and qualification standards required by accreditation?
Yes.
And at the time you did the testing in this case, did you satisfy those standards?
Yes.
Moving to your opinions,
Where on the firearm did you find evidentiary support for the inclusion of Tyler Robinson?
There were several locations. I'd have to refer to my report.
Okay, would you look at your report? And this is, it looks like report number, or exhibit number 30. We can pull that up just for the witness. Thank you, Kimberly. We had it for a minute here, a minute ago. Okay, if we could go to page number 2, please. Will you just list off the areas of that firearm where there was support for evidentiary support for inclusion of Tyler Robinson?
The swabs of the stock and grips of rifle, the swabs of the butt plate of rifle, swabs of the trigger and trigger guard of rifle with possible ridge detail / smudging, the swabs of the bolt of the rifle with possible ridge detail / smudging, and the swabs of the forend of the rifle.
We go to page 3.
Swabs of the barrel of the rifle with possible ridge detail / smudging, the swabs of possible ridge detail / smudging on the optical accessory.
And page 4.
The swabs of the protected underside of the receiver of the rifle after disassembly. The swabs of 1 30-06 cartridge case. The swabs of 1 30-06 cartridge. And the swabs of 1 30-06 cartridge.
I want to ask you about a couple of those conclusions. Let's look at page 5, please. And calculation number 3, exhibit 1.3, do you know where that swab was taken from?
I'd have to refer back to page 2.
Can we refer back to page 2, please, Kimberly? Thank you.
1.3 is the swabs of the trigger and trigger guard of the rifle.
All right, going back to page 5. And we've had some talk, some testimony from you and some questions for you about the likelihood ratios. What was your conclusion as to the likelihood ratio that you analyzed in this question in calculation number 3?
For this exhibit, the DNA profile was at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as the major component and 3 unknown unrelated individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated individuals.
You say at least 1 trillion times more likely. So it could be a much higher number than 1 trillion. Is that accurate?
It's possible.
But the protocols in your laboratory say you cap that at the number 1 trillion. Is that right?
Correct. We would not report a number higher than 1 trillion.
And it looks like you also did a probability statistic as well in paragraph E. Is that right?
Correct. It's another way of stating the likelihood ratio statistic.
And will you state your findings you made here in paragraph E, and that's on page 6.
The probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to the sample yielding this level of support is less than 1 in a trillion.
And same question there. The trillion number
it could be far less than that, but you stop your calculations or the statistics at 1 trillion. Is that right?
Correct.
Let us move to page 7 with regard to statistical analysis calculation number 7. Now, do you remember what 1.3 or 1.13 and 2.1 are?
I'd have to refer back to page 3, I believe.
You could jump to page 3. Thank you, Kimberly.
Page 4, sorry.
Page 4.
The 1.13 is the swabs of the protected underside of the receiver of the rifle after disassembly. And 2.1 is the swabs of 1.30-06 cartridge case.
Now, did you do the swabs themselves?
I did not.
And 2.1 is a cartridge case. Is that right?
Correct.
And what's the difference between a cartridge case and a cartridge?
The cartridge is unfired. Cartridge case has been fired.
Let's jump back to page 7. And what was your conclusion with regard to, well, first of all, why do you group these two together, exhibits 1.13 and 2.1 in your conclusions here?
They were both mixtures of two individuals, and they both yielded a likelihood ratio of the same magnitude, so they can be grouped together.
Okay. It's not that they were tested together?
Correct.
It's just that the results were of the same magnitude, so they were reported together. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. What was your conclusion as it relates to both of these as to the likelihood ratio?
The DNA profiles are at least 1 trillion times more likely if they originated from Tyler Robinson as the major contributor and an unknown unrelated individual than if they originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
And did you make a conclusion here as well about the a probability statistic?
Yes, so the probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to these samples yielding this level of support, so meaning yielding this likelihood ratio, is less than 1 in a trillion.
Nothing else.
Mr. Burt.
The 1.3 sample is described as swabs of trigger and trigger guard, right?
Correct.
You didn't do the swabs, but am I correct that you have no way of knowing which part was from the trigger and which part was from the trigger guard?
Correct. So they were swabbed together, so I wouldn't be able to say where the DNA came from.
And that's one of the samples that was degraded, correct?
There were signs of degradation present in that sample, yes.
And you said with regard to that sample, that that was a sample consistent with at least 4 contributors, right?
Correct.
And did what you term the major profile have the largest amount of degradation in that sample?
There was, yes.
And you can't tell us anything about when the DNA was deposited on the trigger guard or the trigger, correct?
Correct.
You can't tell us anything about whether, when you say it's at least 4, it could be 5, 6, or 7 people with DNA on that trigger or trigger guard, correct?
Correct, which is why we have the major contributor that is suitable for comparison and the minor contributor is not suitable for comparison due to that complexity.
And again, major, minor just has to do with the levels of DNA you were seeing, has nothing to do with someone being engaged in activity that is major in relation to the minor contributor.
Yes, so the major contributor is the majority of the DNA contributed to that sample.
Okay. And some of these samples, you have major contributors of more than one person, right?
Correct.
So for sample 1.1, swabs of stock, you have 2 major profiles. And there are at least 4 contributors on that sample, right?
Can I refer to my report?
Sure. It's Exhibit 30. Plaintiff's 30. Right?
You said Exhibit 1.1?
Yes.
Yes, it was a mixture of 4 individuals. There were 2 major contributors.
Okay. And again, with regard to all these samples, no way of knowing when or how the DNA got on those samples, correct?
Correct.
You referenced another statistic in your report, which is the statistic related to paragraph E, I guess.
Correct.
Is it what's called a random match probability statistic? Or is that something else?
It itself is not a random match probability statistic. It is a way to represent the likelihood ratio similar to a random match probability.
But it's still a likelihood ratio computation, right?
Correct. It's based off the likelihood ratio
And
computation.
it's still subject to all the limitations we've talked about.
Correct.
Can't attribute it to any person. Can't state it's infallible. Can't state there's a 0 error rate. And you can't state that it is a source connected with any one person, correct?
Right. So part of not being able to state source attribution is the reason we report the likelihood ratio statistic. It speaks to the weight of the evidence. And so yes, we can't do a source attribution, and we report that statistic and address that uncertainty that way.
And address the uncertainty along with the other limitations we talked about.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anything further for this witness?
No.
All right. May this witness be excused. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Can I step down? Anything further from defense?
No, we have no further witnesses.
All right. Returning to prosecution, anything further?
No, Judge, we have no rebuttal evidence to present at this hearing. The state has no rebuttal evidence to present at this hearing. However, before we break, there is the matter that was discussed yesterday with respect to publishing in the courtroom Exhibit 12.1, so that the victim's family can observe that.
Thank you. All right. Do the parties wish to be heard as it relates to this briefly, and then the court will issue its ruling? And
Your Honor, I actually just want to make a quick record. We have advised Mr. Robinson of his right to testify at this hearing, and he is choosing to take our advice and not testify.
is that correct, Mr. Robinson? And I note that he's nodding in the affirmative. Thank you, Ms. Visser. All right. In regards to the outstanding issue about the publication of State's Exhibit 12.1 to the courtroom only, to persons here, any further input from any of the parties before the court issues its ruling?
Jeff and I, on behalf of the victim, my understanding is you ruled yesterday that you were going to play it, that you did grant our request. So I don't know if we.
Thank you.
Judge, I might simply add, given the court's ruling this morning with respect to displaying exhibits, we may want to make a record with the live streaming folks here that it's not going to be published.
Thank you. All right. Nothing further from any of the parties? Okay. Just updating some notes. All right. The court wishes to readdress yesterday's ruling in light of this morning's sanction as it relates to Exhibit 16. The court separately addressed that incident and imposed a sanction on the record. Having considered all applicable public access, fair trial, privacy, and victims' rights interests, the court adheres to its prior ruling. The court finds that temporarily limiting live stream to audio only while Exhibit 12.1 is displayed is necessary to prevent the inadvertent publication of the exhibit from being transmitted to outside the courtroom, and no broader and is taking the least restrictive means to accomplish what is being requested. Accordingly, Exhibit 12.1 may be viewed by all persons physically present in the courtroom, including victim representative Ms. Kirk in her capacity as the victim representative. The same in-court viewing rules applies to all parties and courtroom attendees. And that is the ruling of the court. Let's go ahead and proceed to that, to the state. So could the camera operator let me know when we're switched to an audio only? We are? Okay. All right. And as it's switched to audio only, to the state, now my understanding there's no audio on this surveillance on 12.1. Is that correct? All right. All right. So let's go ahead and play that. And I'm going to rule that this also applies to the still photographer. It cannot be captured the screen in any way. I noted video recording, but I intend as well as no still capture of any of the monitors during the publication of 12.1. All right. And to the state, just let me know if you're ready. Let's go ahead and play it now.
So if you're just listening, there is no audio for this exhibit, but they're playing it in video. So the people who are in the courtroom right now in the public area will be able to view what's going on right now, but we cannot. So maybe we can check in with them later today and find out what they played. .1 refers to the evidence that they are presenting right now. But I don't remember what 12.1 actually is. Do you, Kelly? Oh, I think I meant to say something, but I was muted. I don't remember what 12.1 actually is. Do you, Kelly?
No, not off the top of my head. Right now I'm trying to pull up some video or photos of the security cameras that I had taken the other day, just so I can share. But for those in the chat that were curious, access is what I had found just looking around. But there is a really large camera that's on that parking lot structure building that faces out toward the LOSI. And I just need to get closer to that one to verify. I'd assume that they would all be on the same system, same brand, but because that one is really, looks to be a larger camera. I'll verify for you guys today. Also, I see there's a question about the tape measure report. I definitely did the work for John as well. I don't know if Blake did at all, but I definitely did. And I've sent him some of those things. And then I even, when I was there yesterday, took some additional measurements. I don't know if Blake ever actually did the work, but I did.
Did you get home safe, Blake? It's called a parapet wall.
Parapet? Can you pull up a picture of a parapet wall? I mean,
Yeah.
I just call it a railing, but I can understand why one might call it a wall.
Oh, no, not in that one. God damn it.
Language.
See? It's a parapet wall.
Hold on, slow down. But what if it's not a wall? What if it is more of a railing?
Well, I think John was asking about the parapet wall,
But on the
not the
third,
railing.
yeah, on the third floor though, right? Or third, yeah.
I think he was talking about the one that Tyler Robinson jumped over,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
I guess Blake doesn't want to talk to me. I asked him if he got home okay, but he won't respond to that. See, I don't know what's with the keyboard sounds today. I don't think they've been doing that throughout the week. Someone should tell them.
Here, I'm sending you some photos, Jordan. I can't tell what he's. I texted you some pictures. I don't know why.
That was supposed to open in the other monitor. God. Man, streaming this long with like random personal stuff on your computer is no good.
What was that ding?
That was you.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
It wasn't on my computer.
It was on my computer.
Oh, it was my
You just
stuff.
texted me the photo.
Oh, okay.
That was you texting me the photo.
I see.
No, I don't think this is the railing, or you can't see. This is the railing, but he was talking about the wall.
What wall?
The one that's not in this photo. The one that Tyler Robinson hops over.
Okay.
Right? The one that's like over here.
Yeah,
like
I see
over
that's the
here.
next photo. It's all
Did
the
you
same
send me
thing. Yeah.
that? No.
Okay.
Oh, here it is. No, it's on the other side.
Blake says go to his timestamp or something.
Well, I don't know about that, but it's on the other side. It's not this one. It's the other one.
Okay.
So you have, like, it's on the opposite side here.
Okay. Who in the Denali called Ben Shapiro's security team on the way to the hospital? I mean, you guys, isn't that so crazy that it doesn't seem that they actually called 911 or let the hospital know that they were en route? It doesn't all of those things, for me at least, it's ammo that we have for the fake death theory.
Yes, Charlie Kirk is still alive. And anything Blake gives us, we're just going to use to better prove that theory.
That's right. Like the idea of they would have, if someone fired a shot, they would have fired it straight over the Hall of Flags and into the pond.
So yeah, thank you, Blake, for giving us that drone footage yesterday. It really helps because if he couldn't shoot it into the van or into Charlie Kirk, we already know that he fired a gunshot there. But what you've proven for us, for our theory, is that if a shot was taken from up there, it had to have gone into the pond, which has always been Kelly's theory. So you proved Kelly right. Thank you, Blake.
Okay, Chuck,
Even
don't
though
have to bounce. You don't have to bounce. I understand. It's just someone needed some attention today.
yeah, he needs attention. What is this? Bro, that's live.
Does that disprove your blender model then, Jordan?
Playing of Stacy Gibbett 12.1
No, it doesn't
video.
disprove my blender model.
Transmission may resume. Just let me know when that is live. All right, thank you. Does either party need the benefit of the record?
The state does not, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
All right. So
What
the
were the two
preliminary hearing is continued to September 1st at 10 a.m. for an in-person hearing. The court will allocate up to 4 hours total for argument. That's encompassing both parties. Does the defense request that Mr. Robinson be physically present for that hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll make the recording. Thank you. The court appreciates the professionalism, civility, and respect shown by counsel, the parties, and all persons in attendance throughout these proceedings. As there are no further matters before the court, this proceeding is adjourned until September 1st at 10 a.m. Good afternoon to you all.
All right.
All right. Well, did you catch that, Jordan?
Huh?
They just adjourned
Yeah.
till September 1st.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to get my blender model up here.
Okay.
Yes, we are adjourned. So the hearing is over.
This is funny. Oh gosh. My mouse isn't working fast enough. September 1st, who do they think they are? Congress?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's in like half a month. That's how long this judge needs, apparently, to figure out if there's probable cause. Which is crazy.
Yes, I could see not calling 911 possibly if you were a rookie security team and didn't want to alert people who might leak the call to media, but these were supposedly seasoned folks. Yes, extremely seasoned folks.
Whoa, what? I could see not calling 911 if you were a rookie and didn't want to alert people who might leak the call to media. No. Absolutely not. You're going to let your guy die because you don't want a phone call to leak to the media? No. You're going to withhold emergency medical care because you don't want it to leak to the media. No, you're fired.
Yeah.
And you're going to probably be criminally prosecuted for that decision, in my opinion.
But I would say even like in the case of Kyle Busch, about, I guess it's been almost a month and a half, almost 2 months now. it wasn't a security guy that found him, but it's just someone that I don't know if they've since disclosed who that was at the racing training facility that had made the 911 call. You know, they just asked the ambulance to arrive discreetly. So anyway, and that's the case where an ambulance is coming to you versus you taking the person to, as the security team did, take him to the hospital. I mean, the most important thing in those critical moments would be prepping the hospital, let them know you're on the way with, serious situation. It's like you have to, at that point, I think, throw all paranoia about media out the wall, because you just were supposedly in front of 3,000 people who just witnessed an incident. It's leaking to the media.
Yeah, in my opinion, it doesn't matter what the media thinks or what other people think. The only thing that matters is getting your guy the best medical care as possible. Doesn't matter what other people think. Just get him the medical care. I'm gonna pull this over here.
I would say that the EMTs actually were about as close to table side as they possibly could have been. And oddly enough, if you look at the video, I think you can see it in the infamous UVU video. You can actually see the EMTs in, gosh, I don't know, maybe it's like a minute beforehand. It's very close to the time of the Big Bang, walking in the background and then coming over to like by the wall and setting their stuff down. What are the chances? But, the security team carries Charlie out like a rag doll, like a sack of potatoes, and runs right past the guys. And the guys even like approach the SUV, the Denali. And I mean, they had no chance.
I'm getting a view up here.
I've also even looked into the location of AEDs. There are several all around the campus, but there are multiple that are right there as well. Not just, I think that the paramedics were carrying some too, but there are also like mounted ones that are on the walls.
Okay. So this is actually pretty interesting. Let me get rid of this thing. So this is, if I can zoom in here, put this on screen. Someone asked me if Blake's drone footage disproves the Blender model. When we put the camera here to simulate the sniper, we can kind of simulate where the sniper could be. Let me zoom this out a little bit. I don't have the pond in this. Oh, come on. View. This is what the sniper would see given various angles. So I guess this is where Blake's drone was. You can see it. And as we move forward, you would have to be like right up here to see it. Right? So you can probably see it. This depends on how close you get up to. Isn't that cool?
Mm-hmm, that's really cool.
It just depends on how close you can get to the thing. And also how high you are. So there's a lot of possibilities here. It's not conclusive. You would really have to go up there yourself and see which ones have line of sight, like what exact position you would have to get into. And I would not be surprised if the FBI over the entire 2 days that they were there simulated that position just to make sure that it works. So I would say that Blake's video is inconclusive as a debunk of any particular shot.
But that's also assuming that that model is accurate, right?
Yeah, that is assuming that model is accurate. That is correct.
And that model came from Gary.
Yes, it did.
Okay, so I just think it's fair to couch all of those things. Trust me, I'm not trying to give Blake anything.
I think he did say that he got home safe, though, so that's good. We can
That's-
close that down now.
That's
So,
yeah.
do you want to put out I feel like you already have enough like requests for when you're at UVU later today. Do this, check this out, check that out. Do you want to ask for more requests or no?
Yeah, I mean, feel free, and I'll try to tackle the ones that were the most, the most common.
Yeah. So I think that'll do it for today's stream. Well, yeah, court is adjourned. So I guess they didn't want to talk about the holdover or whatever, bind over. So that's pretty cool. So
Oh,
we are adjourned for today.
I didn't know that. I don't know why Mason would have had you blocked. Yeah, I don't know. Different strokes for different folks, I guess. But have you even talked to Mason Lemmy?
I have no idea who that is.
He's a student at Texas State who had, put out this video on YouTube leaving the TPUSA chapter. I've talked about him a few times. I had a snippet of him in my Eric and Exit video.
What is his name? Oh, Mason Lemmy.
Yep.
Lemmy React has blocked you. Yeah, I've never had any interaction with him. I have no idea. But you can't please everybody.
Can't please them all. That's for sure.
Okay, so my goal is to get out of the stream soon because I have work stuff to do. Kelly has UVU stuff to do. So, any final thoughts, Kelly?
Thank you for everyone who has joined us, whether today's your first day or you have been with us through hours and hours and hours over the last 5 days or beyond.
Oh, hold on. Let's do this real fast. My chair is collapsing. Let's do this real fast. Let's count up all the hours that we streamed.
Okay, you do that. I think we had a couple of super chats as well that may not have been read. So
perfect.
Lady Positive Thinker, thank you so much for the snack money. And then coming back with a second one. Thank you. It's great to see our folks in here. And then Kilroy Jinx, thank you as well for the super chat. Good Friday to you all. Once again, thank you for your coverage and commentary.
Okay. So, day 1, stakeout stream, 2 hours. Mainstream, 8 hours. Actually, let's count up the minutes too. So, hold on. Let me pull up a notepad.
Oh my gosh.
Let's count this all up.
Quickly.
What's that? Quickly, yeah.
We'll do this quickly.
Where's my notepad? This won't take long. Here we go. God, can you please pull? There we go. Okay, time, and then 2:20. Then we have, or no, that was, okay, that stream doesn't count. But this one does. So 2:20 and then 8:20. 8:20. And then the next day was 10:24. 10 hours, 24 minutes. And then the next one was 5 hours. Even, pretty much. And then the next one was 9 hours and 25 minutes. And then the next one was 2 hours, 35 minutes last night. That was a great stream. You should check it out. And then today is going to be 4 hours and 10 minutes. 4, 10. So add up our hours, 8, 9, 10, 25, 34, 36. Exactly 40 hours plus 1 hour. About 42 hours is about how many hours we streamed this week.
Wow.
42 hours.
That's wild. Thank you so much. Just common sensing it. You are the best with the $50 super. Really appreciate you. You guys have been amazing this week. We couldn't have done it without you. So thank you. Thank you, Jordan, for taking the time to invest in the stream and up the production quality and hold down the fort when I'm running around. So really
And
appreciate
thank you
that.
for going out there and putting everything on the line and, flying out there.
Absolutely.
So we will be back at the soonest next week, Thursday night. And I think we'll probably stream the September 1 since we streamed this entire hearing. So.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Mhm.
I had seen some people talking about this. Do you think that the Lance video was AI? I don't think that it was AI. Personally, do I think it was, kind of set up and looks sus? Yeah, but that leads
Yeah, I don't know.
leads more, in my opinion, to Lance being, I don't know, having more of a role in it. But there's still some things we got to figure out.
Mm-hmm. All right. Goodbye, guys. I got to get off. I got to get off here.
Okay. Bye.
Right.
Thank you all.
Bye.